welcome to episode 528 of the Super Ultra Podcast Arcade for June 26th, 2026. I'm one of your hosts, Daniel Nicholson, and with me is my co-host, Dominic Stallworth. What's been going on, Dominic?
Man, summer is here. We got, definitely, I'm seeing, Europe, and they're having troubles with heat.
Yeah.
Even though some of those temperatures, I guess they're higher than what there normally are in those areas, to say. I'm like, man, it's still not like here in some places.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem, right? Like, they're one of those places where they expect a certain temperature. So, like, all their buildings aren't outfitted with air conditioning and things like that. Just
and the buildings are
West Coast.
They're hundreds of, they're older than our country. Some of these buildings, these buildings are old, and they don't have when I hear about the stories, when I used to listen to podcasts or people who are from England saying about they don't have central air, and I was like, what? Yeah, central air. But then I saw the average temperature is in the summertime it's 70 something. I remember watching the Olympics, 80 is freaking heat wave basically.
Exactly.
and so I'm like, oh darn, it's cool up there. I said I would probably living in London, for weather wise anyway. Just not food wise. But I was joking. But anyway, but now just thinking about that, so, oh my god, being someplace with no central air and gotta go through that, and that's just not a thing you do. You don't what what do you do? I guess find places that sell air conditioners you could put in or something, but get a window.
Get a lot of fans, Dominic.
But yeah, that sucks. Yeah. But it's not climate change though, man. This is just a normal process of the world.
We're going through a heating cycle right now, or whatever they say.
Yeah. That's all that is. Anyway, but yeah,
really regret your words when we get our ice age too.
Here, it's I know it's going. I saw later in the week this 100-something degrees is going to be on Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday Friday, whatever. But
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, I don't like that either, man. I was like, man, it's bad enough.
Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday all look hot, and then Saturday is gonna be hot and rainy and thundery.
So
it's my least favorite thing.
This is the summer, man. I gotta get through this. But hey, good for happy for the kids. They get to be out of school. Well, the ones that don't like school, they be out.
All those nerds, I know you're missing it already.
Yeah, but yeah, those days are gone for me. But yeah, other than that, man, just been hanging in there. Just been playing games. Oh yeah, and watching baseball, suffering through the Orioles. Orioles is just that team. It's so funny. I listened to this podcast and these guys, and it just makes me sad because they're Oriole fans and they're upset. So man, it's I just remember when being young is something forget what age they say they were when they say watching Adam Jones and them, and I was like, oh my god! I said these guys are kids. I said these guys are kids. I was because they're adults now, but they were they're talking about saying when they were 10 or something, and in 2010 or something like that. I'm like, oh my god! I said no. I said, damn. I said, oh god, I'm old. And and then I'm thinking to myself, darn, why do y'all become Oriole fans? But I mean, hey, they had those years. And while my years, I didn't never see them win either. But I had those years in the 90s that they were good. The Orioles were good. So I guess they have that. And then, of course, recent times and things happening. I was saying with the podcast, they were saying how Orioles are just so non-consistent. They're just not consistent. Every time they look like they got something rolling, they take steps back. God was they take two steps forward and 5 steps back. and like look, like they go into Seattle, lose the series, and there were some bad games. Like there was winnable games that the bats weren't hitting, man. It was just bad. Then they go to the Dodgers and they beat them 2 out of 3. Now they could have swept them, but there was that first game. They were up. I want to say was it 5-0 or 5-1, and they just fell apart in the freaking ninth inning. And it was just it was ridiculous. It was just ridiculous how they lost that game. But they won the next two, and it's like, oh snap, they beat the Dodgers, and they should have probably swept them. And you would think like after that devastating loss to the first one, you just like, man, it's over. But then the guy was like, look, man. Oh, but even before the series, like before that whole series, I remember after the Seattle, he said this team is so inconsistent. Said I don't know. I see us beating the Dodgers or sweeping the Dodgers, but then we getting swept by the Angels, by one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball, and so it just would negate the Dodgers. Well, we didn't sweep the Dodgers, and we didn't get swept by the Angels, but it did happen that we lose the series to the Angels. So it's like, dude, this team, like they suck. Like you just beat the Dodgers, and you can't even go on the roll, and they can't win 4 games straight. Like every time they win 3, if Orioles get 3 wins, like they can't win that 4th game, and it'd be against a. And it's not like they go against like, oh, the 4th game they're going against a great pitcher or something. No, we went against a guy that had like a 12 ERA or something, and we couldn't score. We couldn't. He had probably one of his best pitching outings this year against us, and that's like, get the hell out of here. I said, God darn. Yeah, they're frustrating, man. But I got nothing else to watch, and I don't care about any other teams like that to like jump the bandwagon. I do watch the Nats, but the Nats are kind of frustrating in the way of that Nats is like the best offense in the league, but they have the worst probably pitching staff in the league. Also, their bullpen is the worst in the league. Like they played 4 games against Phillies. And they won the first one, but the next 3, all of them was like the Phillies came back like in the 7th or 8th or whatever, and all of them to beat them because their bullpen sucks. And they had some good leads. I mean, there's some big leads. Like I remember I saw a game like 5-0, and my dad was like, "Man, they beat up on the Phillies," and I was like, "Man, it's only the 4th inning, man. This bullpen sucks." That's like the Phillies could come back, and they did. And then they came back and won 10-5. They won 10-5. It was like, God darn. But at the time of this, they have a winning record though. And I was like, because of the offense is really good. While O's, their bats are not consistent, and their defense is bad. The pitching, in all fairness, the pitching is okay. Like you could win games. Like now, you talk about like going to playoffs, something. I mean, like winning the playoffs or something like playoff games. That's another story. But hell, you got to get there first. Like I'll take going there and just hoping something happens. Anybody should want that anyway. But it's because of their bats and defense. Because sometimes the pitching, like, okay, yeah, we know our pitching ain't great, but darn, you can't like put them in a position where they can be worse when your defense messes up, man. And like, this has never happened to me. I've never been scared of a ball being grounded to a third or shortstop, and they got to throw it to first base. I'm always scared it's going to sail now. It's either going to sail or they're going to bobble it, or the first baseman don't catch it. It's like, I'm scared. Like, that used to be like a routine thing. Like, if something messes up, it'd be so weird. Like, it's like, oh man, I said, what the hell happened? Nah, man. Now
is something like that still being counted as an error?
Oh yeah, it still counts. Yeah, they count them errors. It's just that it's like I'm seeing.
So the errors are just astronomical at this point. Then,
it's like what the hell? I'm like, oh my god, can this guy just field the ball? And people say like, I just never seen that. It's like, this is so weird to me. Like like watching Orioles, like even on the years that I thought were bad, now not the recent bad years, so when they lost like 100+ games. I'm talking about
Yeah.
the years like between 96, the 96 97 year, to whenever like 2012 when we went to the playoffs again. Like we had a drought, not going to the playoffs. All those years, even those years, our defense was really horrible. Like I'd never really seen the defense be bad. Like that was just routine things I see like that happened. The thing was is that either our pitching was always bad, and our offense was probably maybe okay sometimes, but our pitching we never had pitching like here or like for the longest. Uh, and now, yeah, I'm like, good God. I said, this is not good. It's like, look, man, if we complain about we need some pitchers, like we need aces. Like that's really what we want. We're more aces on the team. Um, but well, or one ace. I mean, hopefully, like I said, so hopefully some of these guys are like they're coming along now. Like Trevor Rogers is coming along now. Maybe he's back to be the ace. Maybe whatever was going on, but I don't know. But yeah, it's it's like if your defense can help you, there's like darn man, like I don't know, man. But they're just lucky the American League still sucks because they're still in a playoff race. They're not out of it. They're not out of it because the rest of the league, record wise, they're not great either. So hey, we'll see. That's basically it. I mean, I know there was a draft. Wizards got the number one pick. They got a dude that went to BYU. I don't remember his name. I know it's something I would have to look at how to pronounce. Yeah, because it's I think he's from overseas, or I don't know if he was born here or not, but he has a like I think he's either African or something, or but anyway, he was so people he was a great player in college, so I hope it works out for him here, man, because I do want to watch Richards basketball again, like actually see competitive basketball games. I know Richards paid for a guy too, Trey Young, that is paid like a big a big contract. Some people think they overpaid, but I mean I have no idea. Like I said, it's like whatever. I mean, it was like someone said, who we can't get anybody to come here. Like that's the thing. So we got somebody who's here. We can keep him. That's been good in the league. He's been a good guy, and some people say maybe he's not worth that money. I have no idea what money people are worth these days. Maybe he is worth the money. Maybe you need to pay everybody else. Like I said, maybe other people need to get paid more. I have no idea. But just to like whatever. Like I know he's been good in a while, but I don't watch basketball like that, so to really have a strong opinion on that part anyway. Um, yeah, that's really it. So wrestling, anything big happen?
Uh, WWE's Night of Champions. Their Saudi Arabia or not? Is it Night? Yeah, Night of Champions. Where they're going to crown the king and queen of the ring. Is happening today in
You say
just a
it's in
couple
Saudi
hours.
Arabia?
Yeah, it's in Saudi Arabia.
Oh man, I feel like they just were over there.
They're yep. Yeah, I mean they were there for Royal Rumble. I think was the last one, which was like February. So yeah, they're doing like 4 a year there now. I think something.
Oh
like that.
Man! Oh shucks.
Once quarterly, basically.
I mean, I just want to know because like the golf backing out Saudi Arabia now.
Well, their deal is up. I think either next year or the following year.
I wonder if it will continue.
There's some speculation around that, like whether they just kind of, instead of ending it like that, they just kind of, let it peter out and don't renew or whatever. Because that was a lot of money. So I don't know if Saudi Arabia is still interested in doing this or not. With them divesting in a lot of other things, like is it worth it to them?
But, like EA, they're all in on EA.
We've changed their culture now, Dominic, with wrestling. So they achieved their goal.
Yeah, exactly. They got what they wanted.
Yeah, so that's happening. The King of the Ring is between Obafemi and Jey Uso. And this, whoever wins King of the Ring gets a title shot at SummerSlam. A lot of people are thinking the obvious choice is Obafemi. You know, he beat Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar came back. He lost to him. But you kind of expect him to fight Brock Lesnar again. So there's a chance that maybe Brock Lesnar comes in and interferes here. And then this leads to, I guess, Jey Uso versus Cody Rhodes, because Roman has the other title and Jey is back with the bloodline and Roman, so he wouldn't challenge for his title. And then the Queen of the Ring, I'm not entirely sure who's in the finals, to be honest. I think it's Io, and I don't know if it's Liv Morgan or not. Let's see, Queen of the Ring. And you know, with Io, you could have her win and then face Rhea. Rhea's never beat Io. Okay, it is Liv Morgan, and Liv Morgan is currently the champion on Raw. So if she wins, she just kind of gets to, I guess, basically choose her opponent, or I don't think she's doing the heel thing of, well, if I win, then no one is going to fight me or whatever, because then it ends up being like a fatal 4-way or something. You're like, oh no, I've screwed myself. So I could see them go with Io there and having her challenge Rhea and have maybe Rhea finally beat Io there. But it doesn't feel like they've done much with Rhea as champion on SmackDown right now. So I don't know if that's really worth it to have her lose that. And then tomorrow is AEW's Forbidden Door pay-per-view. That's usually the one where they are doing like cross-promotional, like New Japan and CMLL, which is a Mexican wrestling promotion. And they have people from all over there. It's not quite as like crossovery as it used to be. I think they're getting to the point where kind of AEW has such a stronger roster than especially New Japan right now. Oh, excuse me. Especially New Japan right now. And, you know, mostly because they've, I hesitate to say poached their talent, but, you know, they offered them probably more than what New Japan could offer them, and a lot of New Japan talent has come over to AEW. So now just a weekly show of AEW is kind of just as much Forbidden Door as it used to be back in the day. But there's still some interesting matchups like Kenny Omega versus Zack Sabre Jr., but it feels pretty obvious Kenny's going to win that one. And then they're just doing kind of, you know, AEW stuff. There's going to be a cage match between MJF's team of guys who's like him and mostly Don Callis family members. Don Callis is a manager, and he's got
That one like a real cage match, like in a gorilla cage or something like that, and they fight each other.
So is it the cage that you want, or is it the gorillas that you want in there?
No gorillas. I mean,
no gorillas, just that environment.
Zoo. Like, yeah, be in the zoo.
Some rocks, a nice moat around it.
Yeah,
the occasional stuffed animal. Give them the opportunity, Dominic. They might get there.
It'd be different things. Like they find a lion cage, where lions used to be in, and then one where like, oh, this is where penguins were, or something like that.
Oh man, that you know what? Now you're giving great video game ideas here, Dominic. I think that would be a lot of fun as like additional arenas in the next 2K game. If those games,
they can have animals in the games, yeah, have animals in there too. Like every now and then, like they like you throw them somewhere, like the lion might just scratch you or something, or like the penguin peck at you or something like that.
Penguin reverse animalities back into Sub-Zero. Then he freezes you. Yeah. Yeah, but MJF's team is going to face off Mark Briscoe's team, and if Mark Briscoe's team wins, then he gets a title shot. There's a pretty good chance there that he's gonna his team's gonna win, so that they can continue that feud ahead of their big all-in show, which is in London in the whatever the big football stadium is over there. I can't remember. Wembley. Had their Wembley show. So, and then Swerve versus Will Ospreay for their kind of not quite King of the Ring. It's the Owen Hart tournament. But that gives that winner the title shot at All In. And there's a good chance that is going to be Will Ospreay, because he is a British dude, and him going in and challenging MJF in Wembley would be insane, especially if he wins, which you would very much expect him to do. And that should be a fantastic match. I mean, well, it's AEW, so that's kind of what you expect more than anything. It's just fantastic match quality. But Will Ospreay and Swerve Strickland are just two of the best right now in the company, and that should be one hell of a match. So that is our wrestling for now.
All right, so now we get to what we've been watching. The what's the title? House of the Dragon.
House of the Dragon, I think. Dragon. Singular dragon, even though there are multiple dragons.
Yeah. House of the Dragon has started finally. It's been a while. I know how I bitched about how like it's been too long a break, especially after the second season having not a ton happened. So it was like,
yeah,
man, I think they could have edited it like this season. Well, they should have, edited this season, or just start the next season, the next year, or whatever. But whatever. But hey, we're here. First episode, I enjoyed it. It was a battle at the end. People died.
Yeah, as they do in battle. Action in this one.
I haven't seen a battle where nobody died. I mean, I think that's not a successful battle if that happens. I mean, unless it's like just a capture, I guess you say. But what? Then that's not even a bad. I don't. Yeah, that doesn't exist. That would be disappointing. But anyway, it's a lot of things I know that changed from the books, because I was reading up to see, and I saw like how many things changed. So okay, but overall, I thought I was okay with the episode. I mean, it was fine. It was fine. I wouldn't say like I was great or excited, but I thought it was good to me. But I know you have a different opinion on it.
Yeah, it just kind of fell flat for me, and part of that is the time it's been since the second season, kind of recognizing the characters again. Like, obviously I know who the main people are. I don't necessarily remember their names. I don't know that I've ever really remembered their names, because half of them are like so similar. You got Amond and Armand and Anon, and
yeah.
It's just, that is, I don't know. I've always had that trouble with like even the Game of Thrones stuff, though. You have so many characters, and they have like, I don't know, just these kind of weird old-timey generic names that sometimes sound like other people's names, and sometimes this white guy looks kind of like this other white guy with a beard. There were moments in this episode where it's like they're focusing in on this person, and I'm like, have I ever seen that person before, or are they relevant?
Was I supposed to know who the hit list person was?
That exactly. Yeah, exactly. I understand that I'm supposed to understand that that's a Stark guy, because the guy that came in, because he's dressed like a Stark. And there was like winter coming behind him because it's cold wherever they go.
Exactly.
But yeah, I don't know whose head that was. I assume it was maybe a Lannister's head or something.
That's what I was telling my dad. I was like, we could just watch it together. I was like, it must be I'm assuming it was a Lannister, because that's who they were trying to go after. They were going after. So,
but it's just that's
the only Lannister I knew was the one that was on the boat with that woman. That was the only one I knew, and then this one. So yeah.
So there was definitely some of that. The battle stuff itself was fine, but then like the ending with the way spoilers, the son dies, which my understanding is relatively similar to how it happens in the book, but it's just so anticlimactic for like so much going on. And it's just I don't know. I think part of it is the distance between the second season. Like I don't think I skipped it. There just wasn't like a recap ahead of this episode either, which I was surprised by. They just like
I'll say
dropped
this:
me
I was
straight
watching
in.
it. I was watching it illegally, so I assumed
Yeah.
there was a recap, and I just didn't see
Yeah, I
it.
mean, it didn't for me. It just went into the episode, and and you could blame me for that for not like following up or whatever. But like, I don't know. Yeah, so it just all kind of fell flat. Like the characters right now, Rhaenyra is trapped in a closet. You got the Green Lady seemingly trying to like
It's not a
work
closet.
things
It's
out.
a room. It's a room.
I'm yeah, she's trapped in a very large room. And she has a dragon, so like she can't get out of the room. Come on now. But yeah, and like none of her kids have ever been particularly interesting. Like and maybe
Oh,
that's
first of
why, because
all,
they're all
there's only two that were older, and he already died.
yeah.
The younger of the
So
first
there's
two.
a
Yeah,
child one now, right?
yeah, but they're
Still
young.
okay.
They're too young to really do anything.
And those are the bastard children, right? Or all of them. All of them were.
No,
I don't.
no, they're her
The dark
uncle,
haired kids were
the
the
uncle.
older ones.
Yeah, the
Right.
bastard.
Okay, that's what it
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
They're, yeah. Um yeah, so I don't know. Like there's nobody really to necessarily quote unquote root for. Um I don't feel particularly motivated by the story that's being told to continue. Like I will continue watching because it is a spectacle. But like if last season is any indication, like it wasn't even much of that. There was a lot of just downtime, and it wasn't filled with like good character work. It was just uh good, well produced television as far as like visually. It's like, oh yeah, you put money on the screen.
Yeah, exactly.
But like it's not telling a good story. It's not, it's not engaging. And that's kind of my biggest problem with this episode was it just didn't feel all that engaging, despite the fact that yeah, like there was a big battle happening. It should have been like exciting and something to get me amped for the rest of this season. But I just don't know that I am right now, and that could change. But we will see. I wonder where the focus is on this season. Are we going to get Damon back, in the fold since he's just been kind of fucking off elsewhere, basically?
I mean, he was in a battle. They just showed it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was doing his own thing, but like if it's inconsequential enough that they're not really showing what's going on, then it doesn't really matter, I guess. Our Armand, the half blind son was supposed to go up there and attack him, but he's basically usurped the throne. Which like that stuff is interesting. But it was so little of the focus
I was about to say.
of
So look,
the
well,
episode.
here's the thing. Like the whole, like, man, I'm sorry. I mean, I know people will say, "Hey, things have like this happen in history," but it's just, yeah, but we got that. But does everybody have to fuck everybody in the family? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, what?
Oh
Like this
yeah,
dude,
yeah,
yeah,
because he
him
kisses
kissing
his
his
mom.
mother.
Like,
I was like, oh god, God. I mean, I said, Jesus Christ. I said, y'all all just messed up, man. Damn. I mean, technically with her, she's not really part of the family, so I know that's
Mm,
part. But still, she knows it, and now her son just kissed her on the lips like that, and like I'm glad it's like she's weirded out by it. I
yeah.
mean, but
And that's the interesting thing now is like, with her maybe trying to like genuinely try and end things, whether it be despite what her son wants, she might
yeah,
be on the losing side of things, but she might be trying to get Rhaenyra to actually, take the throne or whatever. She is becoming a more sympathetic character and one that is a little more interesting with her motivations.
and
Um,
it looked like something could have happened, but thing is now with her son getting killed, we know that's out the door.
yeah,
Like this is
right.
when Rhaenyra, like she's done. What's her name? Her name's Rhaenyra,
Rhaenyra, I think, is
and
the Dragon Queen.
yeah, and what was the character in Game of Thrones? The Daenerys. Okay, Daenerys.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, Daenerys.
okay. Oh, all right. But all right. So yeah, when they're like, yeah, this is like it's over. Like they're. We know. I mean, if you know the story, like they're gonna be battle anyway. But that now we know it's like, hey, there's no coming back now.
Yeah.
With that, and I'm curious of what's the reaction with the to her nieces, uh,
Mm,
because the one niece got that dragon, which kind of caused trouble.
right.
It fired upon their own ships, and it caused her son to like try to help his because they didn't attack her because they knew that was her, and they tried
Yeah.
to, and she's chasing them. Now in the book that didn't happen. That was something different. It was different how the son
Yeah,
still
because
sort of
that
yeah
dragon is somebody else's, right? Like there's a
yeah
farm girl or
yeah
something.
yeah but it wasn't no thing where oh no they can't control it in the battle. Yeah
Right. Yeah.
that was just something they did for this show.
Which is very similar to when the blind son couldn't control his big old dragon,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. That's
So
what it's
maybe
always
they're
seemed like.
doing some kind of like, you know, uh,
But
allusions to that.
yeah, and I get that. But thing is, with this is like that's at least he's been with that dragon for some time.
Yeah.
He probably just still control it.
Yeah, because
But
it's big and old and he was a
yeah,
child.
and with her, she literally just got this dragon,
I just got on his dragon.
and she says she's gonna go help in a battle. That
Yeah.
doesn't make any. That's like me. Like oh man, I just finally learned how to pilot this jet. Oh, now it's time to go help in the war. It's like no,
Just
I,
barely,
I,
just barely pilot this jet.
yeah. I finally learned how to get it off the ground. I
Yeah.
didn't even learn how to land yet.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
But since I'm up in the air, I'm just gonna go ahead and just battle with this, all shooting missiles at everybody, and like not having locked on or anything, so I don't know who's on side whose side I'm on, and shoot everybody. But yeah, like that it doesn't make sense. It's like yeah, you see, there's a battle, so okay, but let me go to this castle and ask them, like, even if you wanted to, let me go here first. Tell them I got a dragon. What do you want to do? Like first, you don't just fly in. like,
Yeah.
like first of all, like
Yeah. So I
even,
wonder if she ostracizes those girls even more than she kind of already has.
and I'm thinking and I'm also wondering, and oh yeah, also what their grandfather did. There's no one to really of standing to take their side, right?
Is he officially like, did we see him die?
Well,
I
we
know
just
he
see
went in
him
the
no more.
water. Right.
Yeah, I see. I don't remember with the book what happened because I just read somewhere somebody said a side character dies and the son dies, and I was
We-
thinking that was him.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
but
because
then
the
again,
lady died, the pirate lady dies too.
yeah, I didn't think they was counting her though. But
because
but
she's not even a character from the book, is my understanding, right?
oh, she's not. Oh, okay. See, yeah, I didn't even
Yeah.
know. I know that. And like I don't know all the book. I just look at some things I see on the internet.
Yeah, see, that's
But
the thing. I've listened to
yeah,
podcasts where they talk about the book enough to generally know what's gonna happen, but a lot of it I've kind of forgotten also at the same time, or
yeah.
like where it's gonna happen too.
Oh yeah, and just like the Lannister guy, because she pushed him off. Well, pushed him off. Is he just? Is he still alive though, or
I
is he
I
dead?
think he is.
Okay,
I think
I'm
he's
about to
at least
say
supposed
that
to
kind of
be
sucks.
based on the story.
Yeah, I was about to say because that kind of sucks if he's not. Because I mean,
Exactly. Like,
like
yeah.
he just get pushed off, and I'm like, God, that's it. He just dies like that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it was kind of cool seeing Alan, step up and kill that woman after
yeah,
his father gets maybe killed. But the other brother's just hanging out with the other dudes who have
yeah,
dragons but aren't doing anything because they were supposed to set up a trap, but the trap never happened.
yeah, exactly. It's who would have said? Yeah, the trap never, it never happened. Also, how did the castle get on fire? The I guess the father's place, the grandfather,
Yeah,
grandfather slash
they
father.
yeah, they were it was supposed to be part of like the plan, I guess, was for him to they sieged his castle while he was away, I guess, basically.
Oh, so they
And
got
then
so they
he was supposed to
they
see
had
that
ships
and be
over
like,
there.
"Ah,
Aaron, I wonder how they missed that though. Like how I mean
yeah.
I don't know how the plane about like how there was no ships
Yeah,
around
or
or
like
was there
showed
or
that
like
there was a dragon over there or something, right? Like,
yeah. Because the way I was thinking was that like because she said, yeah, we're gonna I remember she saying that,
uh,
but I thought once the dragon came, that kind of messed up the plan. That's what I
right.
thought. I thought like, oh, they can't focus on that. And plus I thought he kind of when he said he was going through the snake path, I thought that
Mhm.
was going to I thought that was making it like, oh, he's getting back to the place. He's gonna
Right.
see his place in time. Yeah, but I guess they had already done it. Oh, okay. But yeah, it was. Yeah. I mean, but yeah, I mean, with the girl, yeah, I just feel like her, like, even you can just say, like, man, because she wants this so bad that she wants to be helpful and had a dragon. I still feel in that moment here would have still been like, I don't really. I'm glad I got the dragon, but I'm not ready to fight yet because I don't. I just got up here.
I mean,
Like I
that
just,
means that any of those children are logical, and I think it's proven in the show so far that every one of the children on the black side are
yeah,
just like the stupidest people in the world.
yeah. It's
They're all
but
impatient and petulant.
yeah, but I just feel like it should have been done better. Because I'm sorry, even if you wanted it and you just got it flown, I just can't see it a world where unless the battle was literally right there in front of you, where you had no choice, you would choose to go after you
Yeah.
just got the dragonfly. I'm sorry. I feel like fear, like I said, that just instinct would just be like, I don't know how to fly this thing yet. I need to still learn more. I can't go in the fight. I might know the words and stuff to say, oh, do this and that, but yeah, yeah, I don't know, man. That's
Yeah.
just
It's just
it should
cockiness, I
yeah.
guess. Or it's just a sense of like, I gotta help my sister. Nobody else is gonna help her. I gotta help her with my big old dragon
But
that I
she
just
didn't
got
know her
on
sister was
5
over
minutes
there.
ago.
She didn't know her sister was over
That's
there.
yeah, that's true. I don't know. Now it feels like we're trying to assign logic to something that the more we talk about it is less and less logical.
All right. You didn't watch anything else?
Nah, like I told you, I started Spider Noir, but I didn't get more than like 10 minutes in.
Okay. All right. So I guess we get to what we've been playing. So I finally finished The Outer Worlds 2, and
Nice.
the game overall is it's okay. It's not what I expected. I mean, it's better than the first one. I wish the characters were a lot deeper. Um, Like I wish there was more to them where I can like actually like because they are like themselves, like they're who they are and where they come from is interesting. I wish there was more like development with that these characters, and that kind of sucks that it wasn't that there wasn't, or it wasn't done in a way where I felt like it was. Uh, the oral story, it's all right. Like this, yeah, it's been like I really expected. Like after the first game, like first game was okay, and it's like yeah, but and I figured like yeah, it's okay, and they don't have the budget, and it came up with this like with what they did. Hey, that's
Mhm.
cool. And now Microsoft's behind and everything. Like, man, like the second game is gonna be, I mean, bigger as in like budget wise. I mean, like longer, but uh, it did feel a little longer than the first one. And like if you want to do everything, and I did a lot. Like there's only a few things I didn't do. There was like collected on kind of not really collected on, but it's something like I get this and then I go back like for the bounty. Like I did the bounty, I just didn't go back for the bounty money. Like I it's like so what? I was like I got enough money, I don't care. Um, but yeah, it's like darn man, this doesn't feel. This feels like if they didn't have the backing of Microsoft. I guess the shooting is really what changed. It's a whole lot better than the first one. Like the action part isn't as bland as the first one, but other than that, it doesn't feel like a huge upgrade. And the choices are, I mean, there's some interesting choices. It's not really like, I mean, there's so much game changing, but not so much to where I'm like, man, I really want to know how this other choice would go if I play it again. Like, I don't really care that much. To do that. And yeah, I'm a little, I'm like, it's like I'm slightly disappointed in this because I had bigger expectations. And there was a couple people who did say like, oh, this is the Starfield that they wanted, and which I can understand. Like,
Mhm.
I think character wise, they are technically maybe they are better than Starfields, but I still think Starfield like overall scope is better. It's like both games disappoint in different ways. But like that is it's that's what I feel like I don't feel like this is like I can just say definitely like this is better than Starfield. Like there's things in Starfield that I like, and there's things in this game that I like, and even if you combine like both the things I like with that, it doesn't make it. It still doesn't make it a great game. That's the thing. It's just like different. I mean, I think overall product, like if you want to say like who's better, just like overall, maybe you'll give it to the Outer Worlds. But honestly, it's like yeah, this is it's not what I thought. Like I'm yeah, it's not the RPG that I thought it was, and it's kind of crazy that this team. I mean, they came out with 3 games last year. If you count the Grounded 2, even though it means it's a beta, but still. Um, and now I can't talk about Grounded 2, but like with the Vowed, even though I didn't finish the Vowed, but from what I played, it's okay. Like it's
Mhm.
not great, but I mean, it's amazing that they had 2 RPGs though that came out the same year. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
see that is crazy within itself. Even if you go by like what you want to say, like how like quality wise they are, like they're not bad. They're I mean they're all right, and some people like I can see people really liking them, but I can also see people like not liking them at all. But um, it's amazing that's even happened. But I just wish that at least one of them was like, oh man, like top tier, like something that like these. It's forgettable. Like this game is it's forgettable. Which is sad. Like, cause I was really hoping for something um bigger, especially after like Starfield, like I played a lot of, but I haven't really. I'm gonna go back to play some more. But I was really hoping, like, maybe this will be the space game that I really like after Mass Effect. And like, nah, it's still just Mass Effect. And I guess it also kind of sucks that both games don't have aliens. Like they're both freaking just humans, in space, which I don't
Yeah.
mind. I don't mind that. I mean, because like, come on. Even though you're traveling so far in space, space is freaking huge. You still probably won't see any other intelligent life. But it's like both of your games. It's like both games you have in house. Like darn man, I actually with Starfield, I kind of wish they definitely didn't do that. So I was like, darn, Outer Worlds already has done that, and Starfield has been in development for a long time. I mean, but I was like, I mean, just in hindsight, like I wish it's just like that wasn't a thing. But it was a better game. Probably it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't even matter if it was swap. But yeah. So that's Outer Worlds 2. Um, I mean, overall, I mean, it's a funny game because it's like a more comical type of game too, and that it has moments. I wish just, I mean, like it's it's the comedy. It's good. I mean, I enjoy it. I enjoy the comedy. It's funny. I wish it was more stand out now, since the game or like overall game itself is a little disappointing to me. Like it's just like it being it's funny, but it doesn't stand out enough where like it can overcome like what I don't like the game like what I don't like about the game. That's the thing. It's like it's not a lot I don't like. It's just it almost feel like the game is just not fulfilling. Like it's just not there. Like I don't have enough. Maybe that's what it is. What I don't like is like it don't have enough for me. All right. What else we got here? I've been playing some more Final Fantasy VI. I am basically at the end right now. Is at a point where you can go straight to fight the boss, but there's some other extra missions to do. When I say, well, not missions, but quests, I guess. Like I believe I do have all the characters now. Uh, I didn't even realize there's that many characters in this game. Some of them are I do not give a shit about. Actually, like two of them, they just kind of just there. But I guess if you, I think one of them had probably maybe a no, like the Yeti one. He seems kind of pointless. And then there's a Boogle. I don't know if the Boogle is good and bad. Maybe he is, but I have a team basically that I like. So like I don't really care about those guys. I just got them because hey, they were there to get. So I thought they might add some to the story, then I realized they didn't. I was like, well, I wasted my damn time. Yeah, but anyway, um, but yeah, but you know what, Final Fantasy Six, like I didn't, yeah. Now I see why people really, really love this game. Like this story
Mhm.
is damn good. Like it's really well done. And I see a lot of what Final Fantasy Seven has gotten from six, which I
Mhm.
mean, understandably so. Like, there's also these little things from each game you get, but yeah, but like if I had, excuse me, if I had played six, I would be saying probably, but if I was playing Final Fantasy Seven, it's like, oh yeah, this is similar to that. Um, like the music, like of course the music, like some music in there, man. I'm like, oh, this is not original Final Fantasy Seven music. Like in some places, like in a cave or something. I was like, oh, this is a Final Fantasy Six. I said, oh wow, this sounds really similar. Um, and what else? Like the like, oh yeah, also like because Final Fantasy Six kind of is in that fantasy almost having that tech and fantasy setting too, which is what Final
Yeah.
Fantasy Seven had. Like because I don't know the other Final Fantasies because like I didn't play five, so I can't compare it to five. I played four. Four. I mean, one, two, three, and four all had fantasy. Like it was a whole lot of tech stuff,
Right.
but yeah, but six, and maybe five too. But like I said, I haven't never played five. Um, 6 to see like they were kind of crossing between like modern age and magic somewhat. And then like in 7, you really seen that. Um and yeah, so it seemed like you were going with that, and which is I guess is that's actually pretty good. It's like it kind of freshens up the setting a bit, like which is totally understandable, which is why it was a big deal when it went back to the more general kind of like fantasy setting in 9. And when they said that Crystal was back, now I understand because the Crystal was like a central thing in Final Fantasy. That wasn't a thing, and like they stopped it in 6. Like 6 was one. Well, 6 and another game was one. Um, in the Pixel era, I think it was one other game in the Pixel era where they didn't. The crystal wasn't a focus. There was no like central thing about a crystal. Um, but yeah, yeah, it's some good moments, and also there's really like not like a central character. Like technically, Terra is the main character,
Mhm.
but you play as a lot of because it splits. The story splits a lot too with different characters, and they all have their story, and they all have like a story that like they could be the main character. And like really, and when it comes to the end of the game, it doesn't look like you don't have to have Tara in your party. Like she's like at one point, like yeah, most of the second half of the game, I didn't have her in my party because I didn't get her yet. Like you
Mhm.
are another woman who is part of the game. Like you play as her, and she goes in getting all the heroes, and then as you get heroes, you can switch to anyone you want. And I was like, oh, so like there isn't like they really make it like this game is not a central character. And all the main characters have like good stories. Like we do like some of the side stories or whatever, man. Like it goes deep. Like they get deep in this game. And I was I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but I was just a little surprised because I'm still thinking of like old Final Fantasy, like old RPGs, like
Mhm.
Nintendo era stuff. But I guess this is when those games really start being more mature, and that's when like we get to Final Fantasy 7, and then like yeah, we see things kind of change. Like it was some of those JRPGs were like having really great, like more sophisticated stories, while some JRPGs still stayed simple, and which is fine. Like that's like, hey, people still like that, like Dragon Quest, um, and some other JRPGs. But yeah, um, Final Fantasy 6, yeah, so far a great game. Probably finish it up this week because I don't think I'm going to do every. I'm not going to try to do everything. I've been
Mhm.
doing some Coliseum stuff, like where they have a thing called a Coliseum where you bet items, and when you bet items, and they'll tell you like if to where the item to where like the prize will be, and there's like a system with that. So like to get those special items, and I think I did got most of the items like that I really want. So um yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any other storied side quests to do, and then I'll probably just go straight to the boss. Um Also been playing Final Fantasy 16 too. So I was like, hey, let me go back to Final Fantasy 16 since I know you were playing 7 remake, and I was like,
Mhm.
let me go play 16. And 16, I really enjoy it. Like I really enjoy 16. Now here's the thing, like I do agree with people though with like they kind of wish it wasn't called like a number Final Fantasy because if there was like Final Fantasy subtitle, think that would be cool. Um, I don't feel like this should have been like a numbered Final Fantasy though, because when I think of Final Fantasy, I think of parties. Like you have a party of people,
Mhm.
and like you can have a central main character, but you also have other people in your party that you can control and do things with. Final 16 is just one guy. You just control one guy. He does everything. Now you gotta you have a woman who bees with you eventually, and you have your dog. But and every now and then you have somebody you might team up with. But yeah, it's just one character. It is, and I'm not even talking about the gameplay wise. Like, yeah, gameplay wise, like it's generally like action RPG. Like it's totally not like any type of turn base or anything like that. But I'm not even saying that part has to change. I wish there was a part like you could switch between the characters if you're doing that, like the act stuff. Like, because I just feel like that's what it is. It's always a journey or whatever with a group of party members, like of different
Right.
types or whatever. And they kind of I'm trying to think at 15. I know you with the four guys. Could you switch and play as the other guys? Not count the DLC that they had, where each one had
I
their.
think you could
Yeah.
swap between them during the battles, right?
Okay, I'd say I just don't
I
remember.
think. Or at least like tell them what to do, maybe?
I'll tell them what to do. Yeah. Um. Yeah, but yeah, I don't. Yeah. So yeah, in that sense, it don't feel like I would like I found a traditional Final Fantasy game, but everything around it is Final Fantasy, like with the espers or well, they don't call them espers. The espers is from Final Fantasy 6. The summonings, like which you know from like Final Fantasy 7. Um, they call them the icons. The icons, I believe here.
Mm-hmm.
And like that stuff, like I think that's pretty cool with the whole like people having the power they turn into like the Phoenix or Ifrit or Beaumont or like
Right.
things of that nature. That I think that in that whole story, and this story is very mature. Like it is definitely a lot, and it's very prejudice. Like it deals with like prejudice. It's a like very prejudice theme where it's like people who have those abilities, they become branded. Like they brand them because like normal people don't like the people with magic because they feel like they have to control
Mm-hmm.
them or whatever, and that they should be served. And people they treat them as things, and they go really hard with that. Like I'm thinking, like, man, this is like some race, almost like some racism shit. Like, well, I mean, like they had a girl. She told me to go. She wanted to find her like her pet or something, and say she and like so. I'm thinking I'm looking for her dog or cat or something. Find out it was a branded person.
Oh,
And then yeah, you found her dead because she said like I fed her, said she needs to eat. I didn't feed her since yesterday or something, blah blah blah. And then so when I went and found her, I found her she was dead, and like I think she died maybe I don't know from exhaustion or starvation or something. And then when the girl came, she said, "Oh man, now she died. Darn! Now I got to tell Dad to get me another one." And blah
oh,
blah
geez.
blah. And then the dude he just got angry and told her like he was just I mean, he basically told the girl like she is a person just like you. He said no. He said, my dad says they don't have parents. He said yes they do. It said that's how she's born. She's just a human. She just had power. Then the girl like you telling her that she start crying because then she start realizing like it's not that. Um, and yeah, and like, and there was another quest where the guy told me to go say, hey, say, because he hired a brand to do something, but he thought I was it because I got a brand on my face, and
Mm.
which I don't know why he never got it removed. like, like you now, and I'm at the part of the story where he did get him. He, like it went like 5 years in the future, I think, or something like that. And he did get it removed. Now, like I'm at that part of the story, but so now I'm just thinking, like, darn, why you ain't get it removed when you once you got free, yo?
They
But
didn't have
whatever.
that technology.
So
Took
he,
5 years to develop.
yeah, so he got I think it's magically on, but still, I felt like they would have had whatever. So the guy thought he was the brand that he hired. He said, "Oh, it's about time you got here." I said, "I want you to go help my son. He's being attacked by wolves." So I just said, I'll go help him because I was like, I'm gonna go help his son. And then the son was like, "Hey, I'll help me." So I went in and fought the wolf, whatever. And then the son got upset, said, "Why'd you kill a dog? You see, you were supposed to die," and something like that. And blah, blah. I said, "What?" I said, "What are you talking about?" And then I saw these other. Then the son ran to the father. And then I saw these other bodies, and then I realized it was a game. Like they would get Brandon to come, and his wolf would kill him.
Oh wow.
So thing is, he got beat. I guess he was getting branded who couldn't really fight or something, and just die. And then when I realized that, I told him like I was basically hollering and stuff and blah blah blah. And then they just left, and then another guy came, and so I went there to bury the bodies, and another guy came and said like, "Oh, like so, God." I said, "Yeah, they." I said, "How can they do this?" And they even say like, "Yeah, because they don't see it as sport. They see branded as nothing but toys to them and something like that." And like they don't care or like what they are. They're like they don't see you as people. They see you as things. Like he said, like don't say they see you like you will look at a mug or something, like something like you're just a thing. And but then when then you heard some screaming, and the boy and father they must have got killed in their home because they went and get another wolf, like a beast or something, to do it. And I guess like they had no time to train it or whatever, and it killed them. So I was like, oh, they got what they coming into. A little sad for the kid because I was like, he's only like that. His father, like it's like a little kid, it's not like a teenager. But I was like,
wow.
darn, that's kind of pretty bad. Yeah, but I was like, oh well, whatever. But yeah, it's yeah, man. I was like, I remember listening to a podcast talk about this game and mentioning that. I totally forgot about it, and I didn't realize it was like that hard with the prejudice. It's like, good God, it's like this is all throughout the game. I said, I was like, man, it's like it's a little too much. Because yeah, it's about like freeing them and stuff like that. So so okay, so that's why I was hearing some people of like people complaining like, oh, this is like a woke game or something. Why they make? I said, what?
Woke game, anti-slavery.
But yeah, but no, but the story. Yeah, I do like the story though. Like it is definitely it's definitely one of the more mature Final Fantasies I ever played. Like it's I feel like it's the most mature one. Anything like and yeah, I mean overall, like I think it's a good game, but I do agree with the sentiment of like I don't be a number 5 fantasy. I'm like it's a little disappointing. Yeah, because you like when people who play Final Fantasy have an expectation of you have a certain expectation of like what a Final Fantasy game is, like what you play, and I feel like this is very far from that. What a traditional Final Fantasy game is. Like, so I
especially
totally
when
understand.
you're transitioning from more of an RPG tactical thing to very much an action heavy version of that too.
Yeah.
So you have these two very distinct versions of a game. I could see why there would be a little.
And people saying like, well, you see where they were going with how the last few numbered games have got, but I was like, that doesn't mean they're going anywhere. I just figured it's just a new battle system. I didn't take it as like we're just gonna be an action game now. Like that, like what? That doesn't. It's like that doesn't make sense. I felt like they were making it like a good cross between action and that, but you still do that. You don't go just straight to the other genre. But yeah, yeah, because I feel like this could be like, oh, this is something in the Final Fantasy universe, but it's some more action. So hey, so people who aren't really big on turn based, they got this game to play, and we also got a regular Final Fantasy game out too. But really, you got this game and Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is kind of a cross. Which I don't know what Rebirth is. I'm assuming Rebirth is the battle system is similar to
I think
the remake. I
Rebirth
have no idea.
is similar, but I think it got even more actiony too.
Okay, yeah. So that's not really a thing. Like you can say, like, oh, I'll just play this one. It's just, yeah.
Yeah.
I went back to playing Ace Combat 7, and because I never finished the game. I know that I got to. I think I got further. I actually got further than what I've gotten before. Because I know you become a convict in the game because some they think you shot the president or whatever. But it wasn't you. But they still. I mean, technically, they still. Technically, I think I'm still thought to kill the president, but they. But I proven myself to be still like a good pilot, and so I'm still flying because they had like this special convict division where like you're basically there like doing these missions are like because yeah, first you was on a base that's supposed to be just a decoy. So like yeah, so you were there like okay, if you die, whatever. But you're helping us out, helping them out by being a decoy, something for the enemy. And eventually like things happen and now I'm back. I proved myself to be back in a different squad. And I guess eventually they'll find out that, oh no, it wasn't me that shot the president. Um, and also, I played Star Fox. Well, I played both Star Foxes, the 64 Star Fox and the new one. So 64 one I did beat. And this is the, well, since now you can save or rewind also, save anywhere and rewind. I finally got it where I can mostly have everybody alive at the end, except for Slippy. I gave up at that because at the end,
Damn Slippy.
The second like the before the final world, like it's just got too much for him to like. I had to keep freaking getting those damn ships behind him, and I was like, man, forget it, man. I just can't get. And I'm just curious, like if somebody dies, if they die early, do they come back later after get fixed? Do they get fixed?
I think they sit out like a mission or something like that. I was trying to remember.
I should have had them hurt before because I kept trying to keep them all alive. But thing is, I don't know how do you make it so that they have a lot of health during the lava mission? That's where everybody lost all their health.
Yeah. I don't recall how that one goes, to be honest.
Because I couldn't save them from nothing.
Yeah. I think the only one I had trouble with going through this new one, that is, because I played the kind of top path, was that end level before you go in to fight Andros with, facing off against Starwolf. And yeah, they came in with some, probably about 3/4 health, some of them, and they just got obliterated. And, I was having trouble with that one too, because then when you die and you restart, then you don't have the dual lasers, you don't have your expanded health, and it's like, well, how am I supposed to do this now that I've lost all of that?
Yeah, I hate that. I don't like that. It's like, what? Wait a minute. Why can I just continue? Where like where I was. You just want because technically I'm dead. So if you want to play that card, I start the freaking game over with. So why can't I start back when I still was just at the point where I was, like with all that stuff? But yeah, God. I'm sorry, I was looking at something. But yeah, yeah, I played some of the Star Fox, the new one. I got to the mission where you have to avoid the spotlight.
Okay.
And that's the mission I stopped at because I felt like they cheated me because I was avoiding the spotlight, and then like she said she was gonna do
get the ones on the left, yeah,
and I did the right. And she didn't get that one on the left. And I thought, like,
it didn't seem like she was. Okay. So I was just taking out everyone I saw because I was like, something something doesn't seem right here. It doesn't seem like you're helping me.
So I had like first I saw it and I was like, oh, maybe it's not going to get us because she missed it, but it didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
But then it did it. It said, oh no, you've been caught. I said, bitch, you told me you was going to get the ones on the left. Like, what are you doing? But I had to stop right there. But I mean, yeah, it's all right what I played. But oh yeah, but yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead and talk about Star Fox.
Yeah, so I just like you, I played a little bit of the 64 as well, just ahead of the launch of this. And I don't know, maybe we got about halfway through the path before stopping. And yeah, that was perfectly fine. But jumping into this, I played the demo, which had like the training and then I want to say 2 missions, the first one and then Medios, I think. And it didn't blow me away. I definitely wasn't like, whoa, this is like amazing, especially after playing the 64 one, because it was like, okay, this actually holds up surprisingly well. But playing this full version, getting into some of the more detailed levels, like I said, I took kind of the top path. It sounds like you kind of went that direction too, with ending up at that spotlight level. And I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's definitely partially just playing on my nostalgia. Like, I don't think this is bringing a ton to the table necessarily. I mean, this is a short game relative, even if you go and do like 3 different playthroughs of the different paths, it's still not a particularly long game. Difficulty wise, I haven't had too much trouble until I got to that Star Wolf level at the end. It's also kind of weird seeing Star Wolf at the end of that path because I didn't see them at any point up until then. So they're like, our new ships. And it's like, I never saw you in your old ships. I don't know what you're talking about. And I struggled a bit with that one. I made it through, ironically enough, with only Slippy being the one that survived. But that was after maybe 4 or 5 deaths myself and basically some luck. They do a good job of giving you those like star-shaped rings that give you a lot of health back, but they never give you, or at least that I found, they never give you a laser upgrade in that, and that just makes it difficult. And then on your way to Andros, as far as I saw, there's only 1 laser upgrade there as well. So I'm going into him not at full power, which has made it difficult. I have the game, asleep right now at his final form, but I don't know. I mean, I'll probably be able to beat it. Well, I say that, but the frustrating thing is there were a couple of times where I died and the checkpoint is just like, why is this so far out? Like Andros, right? Like I got to his final form. Why do I have to do everything again? Why do I have to start at the very beginning of that level and do the hands thing? I get, that's the way the old game was, but like we live in a different time now. Give me some checkpoints. And it's weird. The second time I was fighting him, you shoot his hands and then you shoot the bombs in his mouth. The second time, I don't know if it was a glitch or what, but I had shot a bomb in his mouth while he still had one of his hands just to stop him from sucking me in. And he did the same thing he normally does where he goes, and he blows out the smoke. And then I blew up his second hand. And then I swear I shot like 6 or 7 bombs into his mouth. And I'm pretty sure it's only supposed to be 3 before he finally went into the next form. And I had run out of bombs. So I kept having to wait for him to suck in and then spit out the stuff and then shoot all the stuff to try and get bombs. And I'm just like, what is going on here? Like, this doesn't seem right. I was really about to just restart it because I thought it was fully glitched. And I was like, all right, just one more. All right, just one more. All right, just one more. And then eventually it did actually click through. So yeah, I got to his brain part where his eyes are floating off of his head. but I died there, so now I've restarted that level again. And yeah, this is a game that I don't know where I would sit if I didn't have the nostalgia. If it was a brand new thing, then maybe I would be more like excited by it being a brand new thing that I've never experienced before. But it being so true to form of the original game, it's got the positivity of the nostalgia, but it's also got the negativity of like, this is a game that I could just be playing on the Nintendo 64 online pass, basically.
This
It is a
video
good
with
looking game. Sorry.
yeah,
Go ahead.
I saw this video on YouTube. Like a guy was ranting about. Well, first of all, like I mean, there's a reason I didn't finish the video because I was just curious because this is one of those recommended videos, and
Yeah.
he was saying like I like it says I hate Nintendo fans or something, and it shows Star Fox, and I was curious like, oh, what was he talking about? And he was saying hate Nintendo fans because they complained because basically that they wanted a Star Fox game, and they're complaint. They're saying that this is the fifth. Uh, this is the fifth version of the original game or something. And they want to say like no, it's not, and saying what those other versions were, but then saying like how they're hating on this, and then and it got me. First, I was like, wait, I'm confused because what definitive fans are we talking about here? Because when I think of somebody talking like Nintendo fans or the ones that are kind of crazy or something, or the ones that like everything Nintendo does. So I, I don't know if that's Nintendo fans per se, but also like what argument? Like I mean, I said like okay, like you kind of lost me there, and then I'm thinking like, well, thing is there is a little argument to this. Now for me, it's not a big deal because um I mean, yeah, I like N64 version, but the other versions, like I mean, I don't know. I haven't really played them to say whatever. I can say, well, 2DS. I mean, obviously, I was like, yeah, but um, oh, also, yeah. Another thing was that he also said, like, this is the time of remakes. He said, like, look, you got the Last of Us remake stuff, and then I'm thinking, like, wait a minute, are you making an argument of why this is good?
I
Because
thought for a
that's
negative. What's going on here?
yeah. Like I said, this is such a weird thing. I said, whatever, man. You got your audience though, so I was like, hey, they eat that up because to me, I feel like that's more of an argument of why not to do remakes because everybody is doing
Stand out
remakes.
from everybody. Yeah.
um, but no, and he said, and like, well, basically saying that, hey, them doing this, and if you buy it, and like, you say this is why he was shown in the Mario movie to introduce them so they can get to build a franchise. But I'm like, but they can just do a new game then. Why can't they just do a new Star Fox game? I mean, why does
Yeah.
it have
The
to still be the
idea
same?
is that you're
Yeah,
kind of backdooring him with the Mario movie, then everybody knows who he is based on the movie, and you can just put out whatever
do a new one.
product you want.
And then, like, why do you have? And then somebody said, like, oh, I never played NC4 version. Something I said, well, you can play that now. That's on the Nintendo Online.
Yeah.
So why you don't have to reintroduce that? Like, you don't have to at all. Why? You
And if
have
you
it.
tell me
Yeah.
that like this is coming out and then you have like let's say by the end of the year they tell me that there's a new Star Fox experience coming out next year, like okay, I guess oh I was wrong or whatever, they've got something new in the works. But yeah, as of right now, which is more likely the case, like we won't see another Star Fox for a couple of years because it takes some time to make video games. Like, yeah, it feels like the laziest, easiest way out. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, you wanted a Star Fox, here's a Star Fox. It's like, yeah, but it's the same Star Fox we played.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, it looks nice and everything, but it's like, why couldn't it just be new? Like somebody said, you could have used those assets to make new levels.
Yeah.
Like I'd
Yeah,
rather be a
exactly.
reboot. You can be, it's like somebody said, you can be a reboot, just something different.
I
There's
mean,
something.
I've heard a lot of people talk about how like this would make a good roguelike game. And yeah, when you say that, like use those assets but reorient them. Yeah, like it could be very interesting if they had gone that method and said like, okay, well, we've got, this tile set. I mean, obviously it's not a pixel game, so it's not a tile set, but we have these assets and we're gonna, rearrange them in different ways and maybe even introduce what is it called? A chromatic programmatically, generated type thing like roguelikes do sometimes, that style thing. And I think that would be really cool and a different take on, what could be similar. You could even have those same levels in there, but also have this mode where you're using these assets to make different things that would be new to people that have already
Oh
experienced it.
shit. Yeah, it's yeah. I didn't know what the heck he's going through, but I was like, whatever. People are eating up in the comments. There's only a few comments who I see were kind of questioning him, so I was like, hey, he has his audience, so what? Okay. Um, but that it just seems like it looks nice. It's cool. Like I like the Star Fox game. And I mean I like the new one. The new one seems like it's fine. What I played so far, but I also understand the sentiment. And I mean, and even me. I mean, I'm not a huge Star Fox fan, but like, yeah, why you just couldn't be just a new game, like just
Yeah,
something new. Like you can do it. I mean, goddamn, like it could be
you've
it
got
could
the
be done.
resources.
And don't and like the whole thing of like, well, you have to buy this game. Well, that sucks. That for like you have to hope that this game sells, or I have to buy this game that I technically is just a reimagining of a game I already played, just for I had the
Yeah.
potential of you doing a
Exactly.
new
Yeah.
one. I don't know if you're
All
gonna
right,
do a new one
Nintendo,
or
you've
not.
got my money in 3 years now. I expect this to be an investment
So,
and have
yeah, I think I
paid
saw
off.
somebody say like,
So
well, you should have bought. See, hey, y'all should have bought the. Say, well, y'all didn't buy the one, the whatever that was called on Wii U, and it's like nobody had a Wii U, man. It's like
I didn't have a
shut
Wii
up.
U. Yeah, exactly. Well, now you're being punished for that. You didn't buy a Wii U. Way to go.
It's like whatever, and then like, dude, it's like, and like someone says, like y'all made some bad one, like some of those things were bad, like you didn't give it, yeah, I don't know. Um, all right, so you've been playing some Final Fantasy remake, and you have bike
Yeah.
up here. So what's that about?
Yeah, so I got to the motorcycle section. They introduced a boss in this that I believe is not in the original game, Roche, who
So
is a
so you're at the end.
soldier. No, no, not at all. I don't think. I haven't been playing that much.
There's a
If that's what they
motorcycle
cut this
section.
game down to.
There's a motorcycle section beginning. Darn, I don't even remember.
Well, that's the thing. I think this is new. So I don't know if maybe they have multiple motorcycle sections now. Because I'm not very far into the game at all. Like I
Okay,
spent a couple hours, but maybe only like 30. Um, and I've been doing all the side questy stuff that they give me. So if this is as long as the game was, I don't know what people are complaining about as far
I
as
did all the side
time spent.
quests. I just don't remember. I just don't
Yeah,
remember. Is it nighttime or daytime?
it is nighttime. So
It's
I went
nighttime.
to Jesse's house, and that's where we were headed on this motorcycle section, is to sneak into Jesse's house and get her dad's ID badge because he used to work for Shinra, and that's how we're going to get into the second reactor to try and blow that up, I guess. But they've introduced this character Roche, who is a biker speed demon guy and also a soldier. He's third class soldier though, so he's not as good as Cloud. Um, but he's very flamboyant, and you face him off on the motorcycle while Jesse's riding with you, and you got Biggs and Wedge on another motorcycle. I thought they handled this really well. I liked the way that this section played out. It kind of reminds me of now I'm not gonna be able to think of the game. Road Rash, I think it is, where you're riding along on the motorcycle and you got like a chain or a bat or something, and you're swinging it. I mean, the original game did that with portions of the thing too, right? When they the motorcycle section, I think you're thinking of, where everybody in like Barrett are in the truck, the little blue truck, and then you're trying to knock everybody off before they get to the truck and take them out. So yeah, it's led to that, and then I'm in like a Shinra base trying to get something for Jesse. I really like the way that they've fleshed out the characters, Jesse in particular. It's kind of interesting that you obviously have Tiva, who is kind of this love interest character, but then you have Jesse, who is just basically like obsessed with you, in kind of a reverse role, where it's like, you're kind of fawning over Tifa. Even though Cloud, the character, is not necessarily fawning over Tifa. I think he's got these fond memories of her, and it seems like at some point they had some level of romantic interest between the two of them. But maybe now that will mature as you guys are older and you've returned to town. But Jesse is just like, what's up, dude? Like, what are we doing? what's going on between you and Tifa? Because I'm here. And even Biggs and Wedge, like, you're getting more out of those characters, because to me, and from what I remember of the first game, those guys are just kind of there during that first reactor bit, and then eventually they just kind of disappear. And I don't remember if all of them die or some of them die, but really you just don't see them much anymore once you start developing a party. So I'm really liking that. I do like the action / tactical nature of the combat. Is this, because I've never really played a Kingdom Hearts, but is this as much Kingdom Hearts as I get the feeling that it is?
No, Kingdom Hearts, you control the character like a Final Fantasy 16.
I mean, that's what you do in this game.
I can't, if I press X, I don't jump. I think I hit a button where they had to they do something. You can jump and stuff and move and dodge in Final Fantasy.
I'm not jumping, but I'm moving and dodging, and I've got a roll. I've got a
oh yeah, you can roll. You can roll.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've got rolls. I've got attack buttons.
If you're not jumping, then no. Then it's not the same.
Okay.
If you're not jumping. Yeah.
You do auto jump. You do launchers, basically, like in a fighting game style thing.
But no. It's not the.
But you have a strong and a weak attack and stuff
like this. I can't just press buttons. You'll do something. Like you're not. I mean, you're doing something, but you can't just press the button, because you'll accidentally probably press something on the command. Like whatchamacallit, I had to press another button if I want to like pick a command on, like, for the Kingdom Hearts character to do something, so that it doesn't mess up the action. Well,
that's what you have to do in this one too. Like, I have to, if I press X, like square and triangle are my light and my heavy attacks, and then X brings up, like, it slows down time, brings up my commands where I can choose.
You don't slow down
magic
time
or something like that.
Yeah, you don't. Okay. Yeah, but X. I'm saying X would be where you jump, most likely.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so I really like this combat. It does do a nice balance between like a more action-y combat, but also giving you the ability to kind of command your other characters, or perform your magic or skills or whatever. You still have your limit breaks. I got my first summon now as well, and that just kind of brings out the character in the battle, and they just are an additional character, additional party member, for a limited amount of time, that kind of does their own attacks. You can direct them to do special things, but for the most part, you just kind of let them do their thing. And it seems like those are going to be limited to the battles that you can potentially use them in, because it references like when there's a real like hard battle, you can use these guys. So I think that's going to be interesting, the way that they utilize those. At the same time, I'm not totally against it, because like thinking back to Final Fantasy VII, when it's just like, okay, now I'm going to get into this battle with these two cactuses on the desert, and I'm just going to use Knights of the Round on them. It's like, yeah, obviously that's overkill, and also a waste of like 10 minutes, because that summon is so ridiculously long. Definitely interested to see how they handle some of those more like elaborate summons when you get into that. I don't know how many of the summons make it over from the original game, if it's all of them or not, eventually, or at least by the end of Revelations. But yeah, the game looks very nice. Obviously, I'm playing this on the PS5 because it's part of the PlayStation catalog. If I do get Rebirth, I might get it on PC. It's $20 on both right now. Then I'm trying to decide whether, like, do I buy it now with the intention that I'm going to get to Rebirth and start playing it immediately, or there'll probably be another sale by the time I get around to actually playing it. Or maybe it ends up in the PlayStation catalog by the time I play it. But yeah,
Xbox
I'm having a good time with it. What's that?
Or the Xbox Game Pass.
Yeah, that's if I have Game Pass still. I don't know. They're doing everything to motivate me to not have Game Pass, Dominic. And the stupid thing for them, like, it's still a monthly thing. Like, if they gave me a year option and I just paid for it, I wouldn't even be considering it, because I would just be like, oh, and then by the time the year came around, I'd probably forget anyway, and then be upset that it auto renewed itself or whatever. But the fact that like every month I'm paying for that thing, it's like, well, maybe I don't need it anymore. Okay, well, Halo's going to come out. Keep it through that, and then like, what do they have after that? I guess we'll see. Because now Fable's not until next year. What do they have at the end of this year that's like, I'm like, oh, I should keep Game Pass for this? I don't know. Anyway, that's if they don't raise the price of Game Pass at some point. Do you think, is kind of getting into like newsy and just discussion-y stuff, but like, do you think they have the audacity, after having raised the price so greatly and then dropped the price, to raise the price again for Game Pass by the end of the year?
By the end of the year? Oh, I don't think so.
No, okay. But as soon as 2027 hits and they start releasing games again, they're gonna be like, oh man,
this is expensive. I think next year they will.
Yeah.
I definitely think next year they will.
That's if they're still a company next year.
They're still a company.
Yeah.
You mean like Xbox? Yeah, like Xbox a company? Because Microsoft's still gonna be a company.
Microsoft will absolutely be a company, but they might be more of a company because they got rid of Xbox. Hey guys, you're a failing department. You can spin off if you want, or we'll sell you to, somebody, if anybody's willing to buy them. What if, Dominic, in the craziness that is video games, there was so much talk a long time ago, and I was actually like kind of into it. Microsoft buying Nintendo, which thank God that never happened. What if Nintendo buys the Xbox brand?
I just can't imagine that.
I can't either, but like, what an insane world that would be. Like,
yeah, that would be insane.
It is truly the timeline that we live in now, where anything could happen. All right. Yeah. So that's basically what I.
Hold up. So with Final Fantasy, like the story, like what about the story?
I'm liking it a lot. It feels more fleshed out, because I'm still very early into the game as far as like
that weird, because then
the
I feel like you would like
the first game.
Other JRPGs then, because that dialogue is horrible to me.
Oh, I did. Yeah. There's definitely a very Cloud. I mean, Cloud is awful, but Cloud and maybe this is like nostalgia feels of it, right? The idea for me of Cloud is that he is just kind of almost a robot. So that stuff, his stuff doesn't necessarily bother me. There's definitely been some Tifa lines that have stood out to me. Like this is this is weak.
Jesse comes to mind for me.
Yeah. But generally it's not so much the specific dialogue of it that I like, but the kind of the themes and the general story that they're telling
Yeah,
right now is
I get what you're
working for
saying.
me.
Yeah, but it's yeah. I just feel like it's just a lot of awkward moments and like why
Yeah.
it's like what the hell is this? But yeah, the overall is what because like overall I enjoy what I played when I played it,
Mhm.
but I wasn't high on it to be like some people saying game of the year. I was like, man, this ain't no damn game of the year. That's it's something weird, like a spinoff of a game that people really liked, and to me, this really exposed that man that story, like the actual like writing of the dialogue wasn't that great. Yeah, I mean, this is
Yeah.
a nice story, but it it could have been written better.
Yeah. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Like it definitely from a dialogue perspective is very this is run of the mill anime JRPG kind of fodder, right? Like it's very much that
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
but which I mean, I don't know. It's like the writers for Final Fantasy 16 or the writers for even Final Fantasy 12 or something. I gotta see what the hell these games, man, because they seem so. I don't know, just seem so awkward. Yeah, I wonder who was the writers for Final Fantasy 16, man, because like that does not seem like the same guys that wrote 15, 13, or even 10, and like they like it, like they just seem like they went for something like to at least make sense.
Now, let
Um,
me ask you that with 16, the story is obviously like there's some deep themes and undertones to it, but the character to character dialogue, like, is that like above and beyond?
it's better. It's better. It's
Okay,
not.
it's better. Okay.
I'm gonna call it great, but like compared to what I've seen in seven, I'm like, why is it that not on that level? Or
Right.
I mean, it could be a tone thing too. Like that, even though it seemed like really awkward or something to me, that's a good tone that they are going for with that, and that just seems weird to me. It's like it's a weird, like how the movie was that Final Fantasy Advent Children.
Yeah,
Like that's
Advent
how this
Children.
feels like. It feels like that, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Like this is so weird. Like why like what kind of writing is this?
Is their top tier, Dominic. It's what they do best. Awkward.
But yeah, they do have those the awkward stuff like it had like the and yeah, I don't know. I mean, but yeah, overall it's okay. It's just man, like do you, I mean maybe that's the tone they go for that it just seems weird because some of the stuff be like serious, and I don't know the thirsting of Cloud is it's so freaking what the fuck, man. Like that is just like whoa,
Said spiky hair, Dominic.
Like Jesse just all over the dude. I'm like, good God. Like get us like take a cold shower. Jesus Christ.
She's trying to with him.
Hose her down.
Hoses. She does need to be hosed down sometimes. There's definitely some of that. She's just a small town girl seeing a soldier for the first time, Dominic.
Right. All right. So that's it. So we take a quick break. When we get back, we get to the flashback segment.
All right.
And we're back. So now we're flashbacking to 2016. We're going to basically go through the whole month of June because we had a break. We didn't do it last podcast because of the Summer Game Fest news, things of that nature. I mean, this is a long podcast too, but we're going to get through the whole month of June. So by the time we come back, we just go right into July. So in 2016, we got the 10-year anniversary of Mirror's Edge Catalyst, the sequel. This is a sequel, right? Not a prequel?
Yeah.
Or was it a prequel? Okay, sequel.
Yeah, now that you're saying that, it's the follow-up, whether
Yeah,
it
yeah. It's a
came
follow-up
first in the
to
timeline or not.
Mirror's Edge. Like the people were complaining to EA about that, like they want a sequel to that game because the game didn't sell well, but they felt like maybe he said, "EA, hey, y'all didn't promote that game well, yeah." Well, actually, I think they promoted it well. They probably should have. It came out at a very crowded time when it came out. It was like it was like in the early years of the generation, and it was in one of those crowded months between September and December. So people really like the game. So they've been wanting a sequel, and EA said, "Hey, here's your sequel," and that didn't sell well either. Now I don't know. Let me see. I'm trying to see what was the reception. Yeah, it didn't really get high scores.
Yeah.
It got on 74 on PC. PS4 got a 69. Xbox One got a 72. Like it's unfortunate. But the Shot give it an 8.5. Good God. But yeah, so like
Where the game deserved.
It's it's unfortunate. I mean, they gave it to us. Now they're like, well, we tried. We listened to y'all, and y'all fuckers don't like it. So now we're just
and then
going
we
to
go, well, you didn't make that great a game.
Yeah, exactly. And I see like what exactly is upon release. Where is the first? It is a reboot of the 2008 game. So they were trying to go for a reboot. Why even reboot it? I like this.
It's been too long, Dominic. Just like Star Fox, we have to revisit before we give you a new game. Oh, well, you didn't buy this one, so we can't give you a new one.
Yeah, unfortunate for that. And then now EA say like, well, you know what? We're just going to just keep making FIFA and Madden, and now we got NCAA. We're just going to sell those cards. We're going to sell those teams or whatever they're called, like whatever their thing called.
The Ultimate
and
Team.
We're going to sell to Saudi. We're going to sell to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
So there you go. It's all right. So what else we got here? We got the 10-year anniversary of Trials of Blood. Blood Dragon. I'm sorry. This is the Trials like version of
Trials, the bike game.
Far Cry 3. Yeah.
Crossover with Far Cry Blood Dragon.
Yeah.
Which was cool. I was thinking that this was maybe the last of the Trials games, but there was Trials Fusion after that. None of them really quite hit the same way the first Trial on the Xbox 360 did after that came out. But this one had a cool aesthetic. They tried to do like kind of different stuff with some gunplay and whatnot whilst you're riding the bikes. But all in all, it was good, but it wasn't great.
All right, so now we have.
I colored these wrong. Sorry. Mighty Number 9 is the next one on there.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. So, yes, the next one we have here is Mighty Number 9, which is the creator of Mega Man, and I guess he left Capcom, so he to do his own game, and
It
we
did a
got a
Kickstarter.
guy named Mighty Number Nine, and I think unfortunately this didn't get rated that well though.
Oh, it's awful, Dominic. I kickstarted this game. I was excited about it, and it took forever to come out. And then when it eventually did come out, it was just so
Put up your house. Put up your house for the game, Daniel, man. And this is
it was very like, I don't know. It just felt unmotivated. The levels themselves were not very inspired. The bosses were definitely not very inspired.
He didn't put up enough money then.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. He didn't get enough money out of it. Yeah, it did not work at all. It is truly one of the like games that when I think back to games that I have played and spent money on that I think are like actual bad games, it is one of those games.
It's fortunate. Like I know everybody was so excited. I remember you kept talking about it, and everybody was so excited because like, hey, the guy doing Mega Man, he's doing this game he's working on coming out, and then I was like, remember coming out and just these bad scores.
Yeah.
And like, what's he doing now?
Initially everybody was excited, and then I think there was a period of like, it's been a long time. This is becoming kind of a meme as to how long it's been. Oh, are we going to see it? Are we going to see it? Are we going to see it? And then, yeah, like, oh, now it's coming out now. I think there was a demo at one point for the Kickstarters, and it was like, this doesn't seem great, but it's got potential maybe. And then, yeah, by the time it came out, it was full blown like, oh no, this is just a bad game. There's the concepts that were there did not work at all.
And saying you couldn't get your Vita version, right? Your 3DS or Vita version because they never came out.
I think they canceled those, right?
Yeah.
I think at one point I would have gotten the Vita version too.
Right. Pac-Man 256 came out 10 years ago. I remember this game. This is the phone game. I played it on phone.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it came on
basically
it came on Xbox, and it came on everything. I mean, it was everything.
Was it Crossy Road was like the Frogger version of this basically, and that came out, and then I think those people made this game after that. And yeah, it was kind of the coolest way that we had seen Pac-Man in, basically ever for us, because
until Nintendo did they won Pac-Man 100 or whatever it's called,
right? Or yeah, right?
What?
I'm trying to think because they did it was Tetris 99. And then
Pac-Man 99. I said 100. But Pac-Man 99 or Pac-Man whatever. They did a Pac-Man thing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Because I just couldn't remember. Because they stopped that at some point, right? Like they
I think that one stopped. Because one of them is still going. Because I remember I saw something, I was like, oh.
Tetris 99 definitely going, right? Is. They took the Mario one down. Yeah. F-Zero 99, I think, is still going.
Oh, wow.
They've done a lot of these games, haven't they?
Yeah. Tetris 99 is still going?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, I knew one of them was still going. Yeah, Pac-Man.
Yeah, one in F-Zero, I think you're still going.
I guess because, Tetris is, like, that's licensed to everything, right? Like, Nintendo has a Tetris, and that Russian man should do the patent.
Not getting a cut of any of it.
I know. This is why the war of Ukraine is happening.
Are we fighting to free him? Is that what it is?
Yeah. All right.
Or is he just angry and he's on the Russian side? He's like, I got to get my Tetris money.
Yeah, that's the start of the taking over the world. They had to start Ukraine, and they're working around. All right, where we at here? We got. Oh man, it's been 10 years of Inside.
Yeah.
Good God, that is man, 10 years. Yep, Inside the next game from Play Dead, the guys who
Yeah.
did Limbo. Again, I always kept saying I'm gonna go back and play, and I never did. But I heard good things about and playing Inside, which they Play did give us a copy of. And
Mm.
man, that game turned out to be great, man. I turned out to be a very good game. Like it's just one of those like puzzle games that has a good story without like no dialogue or anything.
Yeah.
But I like games like that. I like movies like that too, or TV shows, I should say, because like just some or shorts like of shows or something like that. Like some of the Pixar stuff that do that, like no dialogue and just visuals. And I remember that show. Well, it was based off a book, The Snowman. Remember The Snowman? The one where the snowman, the kid, like the snowman comes alive, and the kid goes with the snowman and be other snow people, stuff. They have fun, but then
Yeah.
when the kid goes back out, he's gone because it melted. I cried.
Yeah.
Like, but no, but yeah, but Inside, yeah, man, it gets like it's dark too. Like it's one of those dark games. Which I mean, I guess you play Limbo, you kind of know the theme of like what these guys do. But yeah, it looks like you're escaping like some facility or something. Um, like you look like a kid, but you're not really. You're something they created possibly. And yeah, when you get to the end, spoiler, like you're like a blob monster or something, but you're attacking them
Yeah.
finally and stuff. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, man, that is a fun game. And the art of it with the shadows was done very well. While Limbo was like black and white, right? I mean, at least
Yeah.
what I see was like there's no
Largely.
other color in there, is there, or does there get other colors later on or something? 'Cause I never
I
played
think
it.
it's is it fully black and white? I think it might be at least fully black, mostly black and white with the occasional like pop of color here and there, but
Oh,
it's
okay.
it's
Yeah.
definitely never colorful if
Yeah,
nothing else.
yeah. Well, this definitely it has. I mean, it's not like it's shadowy because it's dark and stuff, but it's color. Yeah, it's color here. But it's like really what's it's like the shadows and the lighting of how they do in the environments that makes it really cool and suspenseful. Like and a 2 point like a two yeah, this is a 2.5D game. Like it's yeah, really good, really good. Like very memorable game. Only played it once. Only played this game once, and yeah, very memorable. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it was kind of a big deal. Obviously, you mentioned it. We got a copy from the developer, which was like early on one of the first
It was our
games that
game of the
we had.
year. Yeah, the
Yeah,
overall game of the year.
because we got bought off, obviously.
Yeah,
Um, no, but it really did end up being something special, for like you said, it being one of those games where it doesn't have any dialogue, but still is able to express a very interesting story where you start out as what appears to be this little boy and you're kind of going through these different puzzle concepts. And I think that's outside of the kind of inspired storytelling. I think my biggest like positive for the game, and I feel like I remember talking about this on our spoiler cast that we did for it, that each of those puzzle concepts was like so different that it could have been a game of its own if you spun it out and evolved it into its own thing. And they were able to take all of those and piece them together into one coherent story and game where it never felt like you were doing the same thing, even though the controls were pretty simplistic. It was you moving around and being able to jump, and that was about the extent of it. but they were able to take that and evolve that with things like, oh, okay, now you jump into this helmet, and now this helmet controls all these different guys remotely, and now you get to play as them and figure out how an extra set of hands basically can help you solve this puzzle. And for me, it was really stuff like that where it was just like, oh, they really did an amazing job of creating very distinct experiences throughout the game, which helped keep you going. Eventually you get into that submarine, and then, like you said, you turn into a blob at the end, and then you're just kind of like power fantasy at that point, right?
Yeah.
So fantastic game.
Yeah, good game. And was their game Somerville or something? Were they the ones did that, or was that
I
like
think
the
that
person
was
who
the
left?
guys that spun off.
Spun off?
And yeah, that one did not hit for
I know.
me.
Yeah, I know you didn't like that. Yeah, what was the one that they supposed to have work on then? Did that have come out? Has that come out yet?
Yeah, Somerville was Jump Ship, which is like, that's funny because they left.
They jumped ship. Yeah.
Yeah, they left them. Play Dead. Let's see, what are their games? They've got a teaser here on their website that shows like a little robot almost looking like he's going across Mars or something like that, but it's in black and white still. It has officially been 9 years since Playdead announced their new project game for the first time. This game will be running on Unreal Engine 5 and is a sci-fi third-person 3D world game. Oh, wow. It's supposed to actually be a 3D world. But yeah, as of 9 years ago, they announced the game. But
so like, a year after Inside then?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. It was just referred to as Game 3 at the time because it was, their third game. And there's a video showing concept art and kind of a developer talk, but that's about the extent of it.
So is that it for 2016?
Yes.
Yes. So now we're going
Let me
to
fix this.
2006, and we got Half-Life 2 Episode 1 came out 20 years ago. The first
Yeah.
episode of many episodes of the
Of course,
Half-Life 2.
many.
Episode 1, I thought it was okay. It was a lot of platforming. I remember and doing things, and I guess you were escaping. I don't know if you were escaping. Were you? I think you were trying to leave the facility because this is after the end of the events of 2. I remember you seeing those weird men who always says the free man or whatever, and you seeing that guy too. But and I think you're escaping the facility because you were going in the facility before, or you got captured, one or the other. I forget. Actually, no, I think you were going in because you were trying to save somebody, and now you're trying to escape. That's basically most of episode 1 was. Like episode 2, I remember you were outside, outside the city a lot. I actually like that one more than 1.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to think what in 1 was there like a new mechanic or something in 1? Yes, you're escaping City 17. Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry.
It was 2 where you were like using dog, right?
Yeah, I remember 2 using dog. I don't remember episode 1 doing that. Okay, see, I don't know. Maybe there wasn't. It was just it's just more to go. This is Gordon. It says unlike Half-Life 2, where Gordon's first weapon is the crowbar, Gordon first acquires a gravity gun, which allows the player to manipulate objects at a distance in both combat. Okay, yeah, that's the first game. Challenge, blah blah blah. For like tasks in a game. Uh, say for part of the code, so there's some cooperative stuff in there with Alex. Uh,
Which, yeah, that I feel like I remember
Alex
that
Finch.
stuff. She was kind of your partner, the
Yeah,
entire time in that.
yeah. Like you tell her, yeah, to do stuff and things of that nature. But yeah, it was like one was okay to me. Like episode one, I mean, it was fine. It was fine, but like two really brought it back because like you're not in 17 anymore. Like it was something like a new
Yeah,
setting, a new environment. And it's just unfortunate. That's how well technically the Alex game
yeah.
for the VR. But for traditional Half Life, it's unfortunate that that's the last game. I mean, it's I don't. I mean, to this day, I just don't get it. Like, why that's the end? Like, what happened? Like, what made you want to stop?
I think part of it is, living. I mean, the further you are out from it now, I feel like it's meeting expectations, right? Like everyone has built up the idea of a Half-Life 3 or a Half-Life Episode 3 even as like such a legendary thing now. If they are to reveal that, like it literally has to be the best game ever. Now, with that said though, I think we are at a point of diminishing returns where like yes, the initial reveal of it and the meme of like, oh, Half-Life 3, Half-Life Episode 3, whatever, it would probably be Half-Life 3 at this point. I feel like you don't just go back to episodes. um you know it could come out and just be good and most people would be relatively satisfied. You'd probably still get a whole bunch of reviews saying like, "Oh, after 20 years of waiting, this is what we got." But at the end of the day, like most people would still enjoy what they played. Um but yeah, why initially did it fall off? Because like you can't make the excuse of like, well, expectations if you had released that game a year after episode 2, like, yes, obviously, it needs to be as good as episode 2, but would that have been that hard for you to do?
Or like,
To
yeah, like why leave a cliffhanger? That's the thing. That's really the thing. Like this wasn't a
I mean,
cliffhanger.
I think the intention was to make a episode 3, but why that didn't end up happening, that's
Yeah,
what that is definitely a story there. There's definitely something there to it, right?
I'm just mad that nobody has gone to Gabe and had him hostage and made us tell the story. I mean, good God, like there
Well, you
ain't no
can't
crazy
capture him
nerds.
on his yacht,
There,
Dominic.
there is no like. There's got to be like some crazy nerd, even a witch nerd or something. It's like I want to know, and I don't care about anything anymore, and I'm
Don't
just
give
going to
Palmer
go
lucky ideas. He's got money and
just
he's got
the
connections in the
military. Yeah, the
military,
military. Yep, exactly. Go and capture him
military industrial
and put him
complex. He'll get
and
Gabe getting
like
bombed from the
torture
sky.
him, waterboard his ass, and tell us like you tell us why, and
He's just gonna put him
then
in
you do it,
VR
and then,
and
or just
VR
do
waterboard
it. Like you force him, so you give us that game.
him.
All right. What else we have in 2006? Looks like maybe nothing else in
Yeah.
2006. All right. So then we're going to 30 years ago, 1996. Quake has come out 30 years
Yeah.
ago. Man, this is from the guys who did Doom. They're doing a new franchise, man. They're doing Quake, which kind of still deals in kind of that theme of like some
Future
sadistic shit.
space.
So this is shit that deals with some type of like Satan stuff or devils, I guess. It was nightmares, like whatever. Um, this is what is the story? I mean, this is essentially is like Doom. And like gameplay wise, I mean, let me see. It says crazy player mode, players explore levels, facing monsters, finding secret areas, and okay. Basically, everything I'm reading right here is describing Doom. You put Doom in here, and that'll be the
Yeah, I
same.
mean this is basically like, to me, I always thought of it as like almost space alien type stuff, even though they're very human-ish, kind of enemies, the Strogg or whatever. They seem like they were basically like mutant space bad guys
Oh, okay.
versus
So
like a more
not
demony.
from
They were
a.
still
So
creepy looking monsterish people though.
okay, let me see the game's plot. The game's plot centered around teleportation experiments dubbed slipgates, which have resulted in unforeseen invasion of Earth by a hostile force codenamed Quake, um, which commands a vast army of monsters. The player takes the role of a soldier, whose mission is to travel through the slipgates in order to find and destroy the source of the invasion. The game is split between futuristic military bases and medieval Gothic environments, featuring both science fiction and fantasy weaponry, and enemies as the player battles possessed soldiers and demonic beasts, such as ogres or armor-clad knights. So this is Doom: The Dark Ages. Before,
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as you're describing that. Yeah.
So yeah. So but they like the weaponry. Like they have some things that's like not. While Doom has traditional guns or futuristic guns, this has some kind of like older weaponry things or something like that. Like maybe Van Helsing type of shit. But it has both. But I'm saying, but it's like it has that stuff too. Until we get the painkiller, and then we get the steak, bow, whatever. Um, what was that gun called? The arrow, like the stakes, like you do. That was painkiller, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's painkiller.
Oh yeah. All right. But yeah, Quake. I played the first Quake. I don't remember it. I only played it very little of it, and I played it a lot later. It's been out. Like I played Quake 1. I think there was a Quake 2 out, or maybe even 3. I don't even know. But the one I actually beat completely was Quake 4 because I was on 360 and I borrowed it from like Games of Flix or something, and I played through that, and it was fun. It was fun. Um, Quake main enemies of Quake is inspired by H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh, okay. I guess that
Bad, I
makes
found
sense.
out he was racist a few years ago.
Yeah.
But everybody's a little racist.
At that time, definitely. I mean, even now, but at that time, definitely.
All right. What else we have here? We got Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 came out for the Saturn, Genesis, and Super Nintendo. So we got no consoles. And what was big deal about the Ultimate one, Dan?
Honestly, I don't know. For me, I highlighted it because the Ultimate one was kind of Mortal Kombat 3 to me. That's the one I always remember seeing and playing. It's kind of got all the characters, and I don't know exactly what was new and added between 3 and this, but looks like there were 4 additional characters that were playable from the start. Returned in Katana, Jade, Reptile, and Scorpion. So is this the one where Scorpion wasn't originally
so he wasn't in 3?
3?
Yeah, I know one of them he wasn't originally in. This is it, and yeah, they deserve. See, this is before the internet. They would have got killed. Well, they got real hate. They got hate letters with
Yeah, they got handwritten mail.
Yeah, or written in blood.
People
or
paid
like
for paid for stamps to let them know how much they disliked them.
Like, listen, where the hell is my Scorpion? Why they sent over like a head with the spine still coming out of it, and in a box or something to those people. They mail it to them.
Yeah. Justice for Scorpion, Dominic. They gave you Cyrax instead.
But the big news the biggest of 1996 releases was the release of a new console 20 years ago in June in Japan, the Nintendo 64.
Yeah.
Well, the Ultra 64, which would have turned to the Nintendo 64. Uh, and this was in the release of Super Mario 64 and Pilot Wings were the first games on the new console. Yes, and the US wouldn't get it till later on. But
in
yeah,
September,
man.
I think.
And yeah, this was huge. This is Nintendo's new console. This is them going big, and like this is like they say it's 64-bit. Like, hey, those other consoles were 32-bit, but we got 64-bit, and it's faster. It's faster.
Remember when bits mattered, Dominic?
Yeah, man. I used to
again.
I used to always think like, man, we're gonna get like a 128-bit and a 256-bit.
256, yeah.
And then I stopped counting. But yeah, and it was things like, hey man, like it's on cartridge, even though it's more expensive, but the games are fast. Hey, they still start like they used to. You don't have to
wait no load times, allegedly.
There. And yeah, man, and look, it got 4 ports. It got 4 ports on the front, man. Like, who has 4 ports on their consoles these days? Actually, I don't remember the Saturn had 4 ports or not. I don't think it did. Did it? But maybe it did. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember what the Saturn.
I'm trying to think.
I know the Dreamcast did. Yeah, Dreamcast had been like the first Sega one then.
Yeah.
But yeah, they had 4 ports in the front, man. It's like, that's just ridiculous.
And it did become, kind of the default multiplayer system because of that.
Yeah, it really did. Really did.
No more game taps.
Super Mario 64 this is something like you just, well, you hope you don't see, you want your first game to be great. Yeah. I mean, not that I want to say you hope you don't see, but for Super Mario 64 to be the first game of Nintendo and be still like one of the best games on Nintendo. I mean, one of the best games ever. But yeah, it's like, it sucks because it's like, man, this is this is the point of like the what's the word I'm looking for? Like, this is the quality I'm looking at right now. Like, this is the highest quality game. This is the point I'm looking at for all other games. Like, other games come after it. I'm comparing it to this one game that came out first. Yeah. It's like, man, and really nothing really touches. Like the closest thing to touch it, now they've been good games. I mean, and like, you got Banjo-Kazooie. You got I'm trying to think of other platformers. I mean, there's many other platformers. That Banjo-Kazooie is the only one I can think of. I mean, because even Donkey Kong 64, it was all right, but it didn't get rated as high as even Banjo. But yeah, like, just to have that quality of game. I mean, which is good on Nintendo too, because you have to have a game you want to sell your system on. And I mean, the Super Mario, yeah, it's Mario, so it's like they gotta make a great game, but they just make it like a good. They made like one of the greatest games, and I guess an argument to say about Super Nintendo is like, hey, Super Mario World was pretty great too. Like as far as like the Nintendo platformers, I mean, I guess Super Mario World 2, I can't speak to that because the only reason I don't like Super Mario World 2 because I don't like the baby. But yeah, like they really did do that. Like, they made something that's just was out of this world. Because like, I was playing the shit out of Super Mario 64 the longest until Zelda came out. Well, like Turok. Actually, Turok. I think Turok came out before Zelda, right? So I played Super Mario 64, then I played Turok, and then Zelda came out. Those are really like the 3 games I was playing the hell out of on that console. I had a few other games. I didn't have a ton on N64 because then I was kind of moving towards PlayStation. Yeah. But But yeah, I got a N64 that Christmas. Actually after Christmas because my dad he didn't get it. It was all sold out before, but during break, and I had a longer break than I did because I was at a Catholic school, so we had like 2 weeks break. So, I he eventually did get it, so I can have it. So I did have some days to play it, and we had a lot of off days. I think that there we got some snow days that day. It wasn't no Blizzard 96 kind of thing, but it was still like some snow. We had days off. Well, we had days off of Cap School and snow days. And so I was playing the hell out of that game, like from dawn to dusk. Like I would just be right there playing that game. I remember the first 3 days. Like they were the last 3 days of my vacation when I finally got when I did have the N64. And well, actually, I don't know if it was the last for 3 days, but I had borrowed Super Mario 64 from the Blockbuster because you because that's just when games sold out. Like games used to sell out. Like physical games used to be sold out from stores also. And
that's why you had to pre-order them.
Well, technically, GameStop had the game. And I remember calling them because the dad said call places where it had the game. I said, "You have Super 64?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Yes, we do." I said,
$120.
Yes. Yeah, they were like $100. It was $100, and I was like, "What?" I said, "Oh." So then I borrowed it from Blockbuster. Luckily, it was available. I called them, and we went up there.
I feel like they got a ton of that game to rent, you know.
And then, luckily, Sony, they got it bought back. So it bought back, and I got one. And those 3 days, man, dawn to dusk, man. like I was just up playing all day that game, man. I've only stopped to eat something, and sort of stopped with my niece. Like she'll come down, see me playing, and then I have to give her the controller. I try to hook up my Sega Genesis controller to act like it, but thing is that's the bad thing. It's like I don't have two controllers of the N64 because that one looks different, and so she sees that one and she wants to use that one. So I had to let her play. I mean, I didn't have to, but I just wanted her to stop whining and crying. So I let her hold a controller or something just to let her play. And then, but yeah, man, oh my goodness! And I remember going to the internet, using the internet. That's probably the most I ever used the internet, man. And around that time, it was just to download like how to get past, like get the stars in certain stages. I used to I think it was like the official Nintendo site or something for that, and I used to print it out. My dad used to get mad, saying like, "Keep using my paper." So he got giving me this like long blue paper that he didn't care about for me to use to the printer. But yeah, man. Oh my God, it's so many good memories. Like getting that system. So when did you get it? Did you get it the same year too?
Yeah, I got it at Christmas time. My stepfather went around like everywhere. I feel like he ended up going like to Pennsylvania or something to get the system.
They go out. Yeah, they leave the state.
I'm trying to think. It was because there was what was the game store over?
He went to Japan, Daniel. He went to Japan to get it.
Yeah, he went to because there was what's the game store that used to be over like Mondawmin area that was like an import store?
Oh yeah, Power
Gamer or something like that. Yeah. I think he might have tried going there. I can't remember if maybe he got like Mario there or something like that. Because we got the 64, Mario 64, and then he got himself a blue controller because he was like, I'm gonna play this too, because he used to be super into Tetris, although they never really came out with like a Tetris for the 64. So I always wanted to use the blue controller because it was blue and it looked cooler. But yeah, I can't remember specific memories of like how I spent my time with that game. But yeah, just I initially remember going to Target and playing like the demo kiosk, right? And it's next to like Knights or something.
I didn't know Target
like
existed at that age.
Yeah, and I think it was, I want to say it was the Ellicott City one that I was at, and they had the electronics up in the front corner, where they had like paper goods and stuff, and now it's like the grocery area.
Commercials for Target? Because I remember Walmart, but I don't remember Target.
I don't remember commercials for it necessarily. No, I don't know how I mean, it's just at that point, it's just another store,
Yeah.
but it wasn't necessarily Target back then, but that was back when they still had like the long CD cases and stuff like that. They had like you had the cases that were long, and then eventually when they switched to the jewel cases, they still had like these big protectors so you couldn't just walk out with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I remember PlayStation and Saturn had those long cases. Yeah.
Yeah. But it would basically be like, okay, I'm gonna do my shopping. You babysit yourself in electronics, basically.
Oh yeah,
This console
that's
is
what I
gonna
do. Like
keep you
and
busy.
like Kmart or something. Like I used
Mm.
to do that, man. And yeah, that's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah, and
Walmart.
I remember like just my initial like trying to navigate the world, and just I spent a lot of time like trying to run up the wall that doesn't lead anywhere, and they made them very steep so that you couldn't run up them. Um and then like surfing around on the turtle shell. Like those are the two like core memories that I have of that game. Um
I
and then
remember
just getting it
somebody
home
watching
and
them play it, like fight the
yeah.
boss, the king, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Uh
I said, "This looks so awesome." I said,
yep.
"Wow, you're on top of this mountain and you fighting this thing. So that's crazy."
Yeah, and then just getting to Bowser for the first time, I feel like I remember quite fondly, and just like, what do I gotta do? Oh, okay, I gotta run around him, punch his tail, and that grabs him. And then how do I gotta spin this around to swing him, and then you throw him, but it's like, oh, that didn't do anything. Like, oh, I have to throw him at this specific like bomb thing or whatever. All right. Yeah, just it really was just so defining of the genre of video games at the time. Like, obviously I was born, but I don't remember what people felt like, when they played like Super Mario World. But even that, like you kind of have an understanding of the concept. It's really just a better looking and playing version of the same game that you've been playing for so long. But Mario 64 really was just like an absolute step into the next generation of video games,
Yeah,
moving from
I mean,
the
yeah,
Super
this
Nintendo.
that's what it. Yeah, exactly. That feeling of like to seeing a 3D world. I like I don't see that. Like I didn't know what that was. I was like, because I was thinking virtual. I was thinking virtual reality. So, oh, this is virtual reality here. This is what it means when you can go everywhere or something like that.
I mean, that's the sad thing, right? Is like kids nowadays aren't gonna get that unless we do transition into like more virtual reality games. Or I don't know if there's just like a concept that I couldn't even imagine, 5D games or something where they're like holographic boards or something. But like we got to experience the transition from playing on a linear plane to something that was open in all three dimensions. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that was oh man, that was oh my god. Like I used to have dreams of playing getting a 64 when I first saw the Super Mario 64. It's like, oh, I cannot
Yeah.
wait to get this. I said, I cannot wait to get this. And I was so mad when I didn't have it on Christmas. And then I said this in a story before, but this girl I knew, she she had called me on Christmas and told me how she had it, and she's like, "Did you get it?" He said, "Like, yeah, I got it." He said, "Oh my god, so much fun!" So she says how fun it was. Oh, I hated her. I hated her for that moment. I was like, "Oh god," I was just so pissed, man. I used to they got rid of my room, man. I was so upset, man. I went to sleep. Um, yeah, man, that was oh man, that was some memories. Oh yeah, and Pilot Wings came out, and I did borrow Pilot Wings from Blockbuster. Yeah, that was available because the people like sent
Yeah,
that
nobody.
right back back faster than they probably in 3 days. They probably send it back the next day. But
I'm trying to think if I ever even if I got it from Blockbuster or not, and if I did, yeah, I probably was like, I don't know what I'm trying to do here.
I just remember my dad saying he liked the music because it was like jazzy music, and then I was like, oh, okay, nah, this ain't my thing. This ain't my thing. All right, so that's it for the fastback segment. Well, actually, no, because we got covers to do.
Real quick, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Do you want to do covers or you want to go to the news?
Let's maybe go to the news.
All right, so we'll save covers.
We can do both covers next week.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll save covers for the next podcast. We're just gonna go right to the news because this podcast is getting kind of long. So we'll take a quick break. When we get back, get to the gaming news.
All right.
We're back. So let's get to the gaming news. What we got, Dan?
All right, Dominic. This is gonna kind of be a mashup of stuff at a certain point. But first up, I'm going to start with Grand Theft Auto 6. Pre-orders have officially begun. We now know the pricing. It is $80 for the standard edition, $100 for the ultimate edition.
Oh, man. So it's not $0 like you have up here?
It is not zero like I had originally typed in the double zeros. It sounds like there are going to be certain shops for cosmetics that are going to be basically locked behind this $20 paywall.
They should call them cosmetics.
Cosmetics. Yep, that's my new NFTs by cosmetics. Tattoos, hairstyles, clothing, things of that nature. It sounds like you're going to be locked behind this, which it seems like it might be, just, okay, here are certain styles that are locked. So that's nothing new. But the idea that might lock you out of a storefront entirely seems very weird.
That is pretty bad.
And if in the game I'm going through and it's like, sorry, you can't access this. Would you like to go to the store to buy that? That's going to be very it's going to take you out of the game. Because I'm not necessarily like, oh, I don't need those cosmetics. I don't really care. I don't need the ultimate edition. But there's also some form of, like I was telling you, where it's like with the standard game price being $80, it feels like much less of a jump to that $100. So it's kind of like, I'll just buy the ultimate edition then and not have to worry about it, which I think is very much like their idea is like, okay, well, we're going to make the standard price high. It's much like the Nintendo thing, right? Well, where they're like, okay, here's the cost of this console, but if you buy the console and the game, it's only this much more. So you're just like, well, it's a better deal to just buy the game with the console, even if it's not necessarily like a game that you.
I was really hoping like the ultimate edition was like short cards or like the cosmetics was like something like online stuff or something. And I was like, oh yeah, I don't give a damn.
That's the interesting thing is we haven't really heard any talk of Grand Theft Auto 6 online yet. So seemingly it's not going to be part of their launch plans necessarily.
Which is like what they did the last two previous Grand Theft Autos.
And they did that with Red Dead too, right? Like that wasn't there.
Yeah, at launch.
Launch,
that's right.
Yeah.
Nope. I don't know.
But it's a little surprising considering how big Grand Theft Auto Online is now. I maybe would have thought that would be, a priority for them, but maybe it's a little double dipping thing, Dominic, where they're like, well, we'll get you to spend $80+ on the base game, get you into that world, and then, here's Grand Theft Auto Online for $20, $30, $40, $80. Who knows? I could see that being a separate purchase in this case. And obviously they could always go back to, oh, if you own the game, you got a free copy. If it seems like there's some blowback to it, or if the sales are kind of sluggish for it. But with the way it seems like that game makes money hand over fist for them, I'm not necessarily sure. We are in a very different economy, but they're still making money hand over fist in this economy with people that have already bought into that game. So I guess we'll see.
Oh yeah.
No new trailer for this. There were
Hold
a
on.
lot of new
Hold on.
screenshots.
I wasn't done. I was
Sorry.
not let you talk. But and for this about to talk about the storefront. Yeah, like for it to be like a physical store, and like they didn't go into details. I haven't heard any details about it, but if it's a physical store that's in the like, I can see it in the game. I got the $8 version. I can see it in the game, and I walk up to it, and either they don't let me in, or when I go up to the counter, it says I can't buy anything. That's such a bull crap. Like,
Yeah.
like it should be. Look, you get these items. They're in your closet, or they're in whatever location or whatever you can get them. But don't make like you making it actually a physical place in a world where I can't have access to it because I didn't pay you an extra $20. Like it's there. It's literally there. And this is a single player game, by the way. It's a single
Yeah.
player. That is such bullshit. Like that is bull fucking shit. Like, man.
There are physical manifestations of the segregation between the rich and the poor here, Dominic.
Man,
We don't
that's
accept your
whatever.
kind in this store.
Yeah.
Can smell the poor on you. You only bought the $80 version.
Right. Then what were you saying?
I was saying, that there's no physical copy of this game as well. There's going to be boxes in stores, but those boxes will just have a piece of paper inside of them with a code on it to download this game.
You should have
I think
like a paper disc in there too to look like like it's a game.
it will even have like a manual because like most games don't have manuals anymore, right? So I wonder what will be in that box outside of just the saddest slip of paper in the world. I think this is the biggest shot that anyone has taken at physical media or the retail space. Obviously, this is a thing that will take up shelf space in a retail spot, and a Target or a Walmart will make some level of money off of this. But at what point do people realize, like, why would I need to go to a store and buy a thing in a box when I get the exact same thing just by sitting on my couch and pressing this download button? Like, there will be no physical difference outside of a plastic case to put on your shelves. And obviously there are still some people that will do that. But I think casual people are not necessarily gonna be motivated by that and would rather have the convenience, like I think you and I have become accustomed to. And once they kind of indoctrinate you into that, all I have to do is just press this button. I don't know how many games you're going to be seeing in stores.
Yeah, and the whole idea, like people they keep touting this about the like we already went through this with the ownership stuff, like but
Yeah.
they people are still saying the same thing. Now look, I'm not mad at you, not angry, you can't get a physical disc, whatever. But you have to also explain to me why. Because if your reason is that because I want to have the game, I want to own it, you don't. Because the disc, because like with updates and with everything is going on, it's not the same. You having a
Yeah.
disc and me having a digital copy, we're not different. Like we're literally not that diff. Like the difference is that you have a disc. Like you have a disc, but so what? And like you say, well, in some time in the future, I can still play this game. Now, what reason why I couldn't? Like you're now, I guess you're saying that like, oh, so what the servers are down, you don't have it on your hard drive, you can't download it. While I have the disc. But then like But wait a minute, like all depends what state that game is in on that disc, though. If that game is like has like any errors or glitches and stuff that has to be fixed from an
If that
update,
game is Cyberpunk,
you don't have it either. Like man,
nope.
you got a broken game then. Like so, like I don't. This is like games aren't this what they used to be. They're not what they used to be on these discs. Now, is that all games? No. There's some games that's fully playable from the disc. They might have even if they might have a glitch. It's not that big a deal. It might not be a big
Yeah.
deal or something like that. But and yes, the Switch is a little different with that. Some games, yeah, they're fine. And hey, that's all right. But also, like, what is this idea? Like, now you can give me an example of a game. You can talk about like the games I see that's really are taken down that have been like online and stuff. Like we talked about the Kingdom Hearts thing with the cloud gaming thing. That's like
Yeah.
a weird situation, and that should
Yeah.
be
It's a weird
that.
niche.
Yeah, but also that should be criticized also because people should get
Absolutely.
refunded.
Yeah.
Then you talk about Ubisoft, like with the
Crew.
crew, something that's an online oriented game. Anyway, now, that's down, and but that also be criticized also because I'm trying to think that if you still can because I think there's still is a single was it online only even in single player.
I think it was. And that's the thing, right? Is like, to your point, just because we support digital versions of things doesn't mean that all of a sudden we're against ownership. I mean, obviously, I want to be able to own my thing. I just am coming from the perspective that me having a physical thing on my shelf doesn't give me any more ownership than buying a digital thing. And you might make that argument that that's not true. And by me buying digital all these years, it has only strengthened their, position to take things away if they want. And that's why I would counter that with that's why piracy exists.
Yeah.
Obviously, eh, I'm not going to sit here necessarily and say like I think it's fine to pirate a game on day one, and not get these devs, paid or whatever, right? Um, but at a point where you're going to tell me that you're going to take a game offline and I'm no longer going to have access to it, well, if there's somebody, in the Ukraine that's willing to put the work in to allow me to access that game once you've officially stopped supporting it or stopped selling it, then why would I not support that effort? Like that makes no sense to me. And,
And the whole devs
uh,
thing is that I guess it all depends on what their contract is. Is it like do they get bonuses because games sell? Because
I mean, sure, but you
yeah,
can also
yeah,
make the argument that, if that game doesn't sell, a studio that would have, remained
yeah,
working and making the
they went
next game will no longer be making
to do
that
it.
game because
You can
the
make the argument,
sales
but things
were
we've
poor.
seen games sell and they still lay it off. So it's like what the
Absolutely.
hell?
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem, right? Is the greediness of these corporations has gotten to the point where I'm not going to sit here and argue against basically anti-corporate tactics ever. If it is something that is beneficial to the consumer of the product, then you know what, all for it, because if they're not going to play by the rules, why should we play by the rules,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, because ideally, yes, I totally agree. Like with buying games, but it sucks when I see games that sell and I still see layoffs, and it's like,
Mhm.
what am I doing then? Because right now it's just that I bought the game like I don't know what the contract. I mean because most likely they're probably just they were already paid, and so the game selling didn't do anything, and then they got laid off anyway. It's like what the fuck? It's like
Right.
it's like
Yeah. So that is where it gets super messy, and yeah, I think, much to the later stories in our thing here. But before I kind of make that transition, anything else about Grand Theft Auto or kind of the world around it that you wanted to talk about before we transition away? You still there? I lost you.
Yeah. I had to fix my
Okay,
mic. I'm sorry.
gotcha.
Move it. Nah, you can go ahead. You can go ahead too.
Okay,
Oh,
so
wait.
yeah, with
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dang. I just trying to think. Do I have anything? Get the photo. I wish they would have put another trailer out at least. But
yeah,
hey,
they just released some screenshots. That's been about it. I would
yeah,
hope soon we see another trailer.
yeah. But whatever. But the $80 price, yeah. Oh, the $80 price. I mean, yeah. I know they've been talking about this for years about what Grand Theft Auto could sell for.
Yeah.
I still think it's too much because you're selling digital, and
Mm-hmm.
you can say what you want but it's like I feel like the amount of people who buy this game, you still will make a profit even if you sold it at $70. So
Oh, easily.
whatever.
Because
Hell, I think
you're gonna sell that many more copies at 70 or 60 or whatever. But it's like I told you in the past, by having all these analysts go out there and say, oh, what should this game cost? It could cost $100. I think that's just been emboldening them to do so. And the really anti-consumer people that have been like, if this game doesn't come out at $80 or more, then what game can sell at more than $80? Obviously we had Mario Kart come out at $80, and that's kind of been the extent of what Nintendo's tried to sell at $80. Although I think technically Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are $80 with like the game and the Switch 2 editions. Which is its own level of insane because those games are old and have made their money at this point. Um, again, the idea that we are not getting players' choice titles and discounts for games, especially from Nintendo, because they're the most egregious. I can buy Final Fantasy Remake on Steam right now for $14. I can get Rebirth for $20. But 1-2 Switch, a Switch 1 launch title is still $50, is $60, whatever the original price of that is. That is an insane proposition to me. And their unwillingness to just take a hit to potentially sell more copies later on in its life is just an absolute insanity to me, especially when we're talking about a world where it is digital now and you're not having to ship out a brand new copy of 1-2 Switch with a yellow border on the top to a store. Now it is just the same game that has been sitting on your servers waiting for people to access this entire time. And I don't know if that's just a relic of an older time where they did have to consider those costs and no one has really reinvented the way of thinking, or if that is just like some weird level of pure greed, or oh, our titles don't go down in price because the quality of the game has not gone down. So a 5-year-old Zelda game or a 10-year-old Zelda game are still the highest tier quality of Zelda games you can buy, and therefore you should spend the same amount that you always have. I think that is a very restrictive way of looking at things and limits the consumer base that they can reach. We talked about it the last time we recorded with these console increases and whatnot. The idea that you no longer have families that can, 2, 3, 4 years down a console's life cycle, get a cheaper variant of that console for their kids to play. or for even them to play, is very limiting for people and households. And yes, at the end of the day, it's entertainment. But that's also something for them to consider. It's also entertainment. I don't have to buy your thing, to live my life. I do need a roof over my head. I do need food. I do, in most cases, need some level of transportation, whether that be paying for the bus or paying for the train or the subway or a car or what have you. Those are things that are necessities. Video
Yes.
games are not. And that could push more people towards piracy. That could push more people towards just getting out of the hobby as a whole.
Yeah, and I saw
And
someone like use that, but in a way of telling people to stop complaining. Though they use
mm,
that in a way of like I told a message you about saying, "Hey, anybody can play with Grand Theft Auto." He said, "I'm going to say something that make people hate me, but you don't have to buy it." Now, this is from a person
yeah.
who he's a writer on the Windows. Was it Windows
Oh, Windows
Central or
Central. Mm.
yeah? And now he's complaining about greed and other things
I would
like
hope that's not the person I'm thinking of from Windows Central, because there's really it's not
Jazz
Jez
Corden.
Corden, is it?
Yeah, yeah, it is Jazz Corden.
Really?
That's
That's
what he
okay.
said. And I was a little shocked 'cause I was like, "Really? Why are you saying that?" And like, cause I seen him complain about it was I forgot what company just did it. It was like a tweet, like just either before or after he had tweeted that, like a few tweets away. He was complaining about how like a company is changing something because because the stockholders want to do something and like they were upset with what's the Demon Souls like game that recently came out. It had a Night Rain. Night Rain was the DLC.
Oh, Elden Ring.
The Elden Ring, yeah, like the stockholders were upset that Elden Ring wasn't like didn't have like more of either like a sequel right away or something to make it grow because the brand's so popular.
Mm.
Basically,
Mm.
to grow or something, and they they did something. I don't know what they did, but he said, "Hey, look at this corporate greed, man. It's just trying to ruin our games and stuff like that." And I'm like, "Wait a minute, but by your logic, all you have to do is like, look, speak with your wallet. Just don't buy that game more until they leave the games alone. Like you can do that by anything.
Yeah.
Anything you like with products, you can just say like, you don't have to buy it. No shit. Like that's the most no shit. You don't have to buy it.
See, I
Like
wonder if that's like I would like to see a more nuanced explanation of this, because like yeah, obviously it's a tweet, so you just kind of put
yeah, you can't.
stuff out there. But like is his argument that you don't have to buy it, and in that case you shouldn't buy it, so
No,
therefore,
see, and that's
Rockstar
no.
suffers, or is it you don't have to buy it because you can continue to live your life without it and you don't have to
And see, whenever it goes in
consume the things
deeper
that you
into
might
that,
enjoy.
and based on the other tweets, it seemed like he's. I mean, I wouldn't say excited, but I don't know. He's like fully against it though.
Yeah.
So I don't. So I don't. Yeah. And the way that people are commenting from the bottom, it sounded like they were kind of. I mean, the people who were kind of agree with him were more of like, yeah, I'm gonna buy it. They say, yeah, but yeah, if you don't like it, hey, you just don't buy it or something like that. Like
Yeah.
people saying, like you complain about the price. They don't. I said,
Cause like I'm looking at his post, and then like all I'm seeing are basically like memes, right? Like, oh, I have to buy Fire Emblem. It's the $80. It's the law, and
oh yeah,
valid is
like
what he
what was
said.
that?
It's all just
Uh,
jokes. So like
yeah,
I don't know what I can take seriously from this post,
yeah,
whether
yeah.
it
I
is
don't.
an
Yeah, no.
anti-consumer thing or if it is an anti-corporation thing.
Yeah, because that's what I was first. Because first, that's what I first thought though was what you just said. I first was thinking like,
Yeah.
is he saying you don't have to buy it? Like, oh, is he telling people not to? But then I don't know. I saw that like the person who answered because I followed them too. I forgot his name. The guy with the Norman
Yeah,
face
yeah,
up there.
Shinobi.
Yeah, Shinobi. Yeah, he tweeted that. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I'm hoping. So that's what I'm hoping because I'm like, yo, that's like I never. That's weird for you to take that stance and take that stance for everything else. Because I usually follow him because he does because this is when Xbox was like nobody was really like a lot of people were down on Xbox. This is before all the stuff that's happening
Yeah,
now. This is like
yeah,
yeah, and like he was the only guy like saying news on Xbox and stuff. I was like, I follow this guy because it seemed like everybody else is just get on Xbox because that's just the thing to do on Twitter at the time. Was like this shit on Xbox and how PlayStation's so great. But now no neither now PlayStation ain't so great either now. And like both companies kind of just they kind of suck for consumers, put it like that.
yeah,
Um and I do see him post about like how hey some of these other publications still they're down to Xbox, but PlayStation did some stuff, and I was like, yeah, I guess, but I say I haven't looked at enough to verify that, but I know it used to be that way. Sometimes I was like, yeah, that kind of sucks. It's like, yeah, I mean, I'm not put like this. I'm not for Xbox at all. Like, yeah, down them, but don't act like PlayStation's they're any better. I mean, I'm not saying they're the same, but I'm just saying that is not. This is not a point where there's a good company. That's what I'm saying. This is not
yeah.
like this is not one of this is a thing where you need to be like, yo, we need these companies to freaking work some shit out because they are really like this is looking really bad
Mhm.
overall. Um but yeah, but okay, if it's just going to mean that, I take that back. But for the people that do say that,
But it's I
yeah,
mean, it's not clear
yeah,
from this post
yeah,
what direction they mean.
yeah.
But at the
Um
same time, it's like you said, like, yeah, basically boycotting with your wallet, like a- at what scale does this have to shake out for Rockstar to go, oh no, we made a mistake? Like, I
yeah,
don't
exactly.
believe there is a reality that we currently live in where enough people would push back on that $80 price tag for it to matter to them.
Like the push like there will be a pushback for a price. Like the pushback will be because you have no other reason to push back because the price is so high you can't afford it.
Yeah.
Like you literally can't afford it. That'll be
All
the
right.
only
Here's
way
the thing,
there's a
Dominic. The gaming
pushback.
industry won't unionize. They're not doing it. I'm unionizing the gamers right now. I'm going to collectively get them all together. The weebs and the incels and the normal people and the people that just play phone games and ultimate game pass or ultimate card packs or whatever. I'm going to unionize us all, and then I'm going to put a boycott on Grand Theft Auto 6. If you make less than let's say $200,000 a year, you cannot buy Grand Theft Auto 6. I want to see what that
Not gonna
shakes out
happen.
to in numbers. Let the poor gamers be represented here. Um but yeah, so that is that's a weird take from Jez Gordon. I would be interested to know what they mean by that, cuz like, yeah, obviously you just saying those words, it's true. You don't have to buy it. Um but at the same time, that doesn't mean that I shouldn't be allowed to have things that I just want and not need. Like, that is the basis of our society, is being able to get things that you enjoy, as opposed to just the minimalist most okay. You can have rice and beans and water.
Yeah, because
You
it's like
you don't have to buy a steak, Dominic. How dare you? Like, you
no.
don't have to buy,
And with Grand
you
Theft
know,
Auto, it's like yeah, I want it because I like Grand Theft Auto. I like the series, and I can
yeah,
afford. Yeah, I can afford $80 for the game. I can afford $100 for the game. Thing is that why am I spending that much for that game compared to the other prices? Why does it have to be that price? That's the thing. It's like,
well, I think Rockstar would make the argument that, they put this much money into it and they put, this much amount of hours, and the quality is going to shine through and show you that this is the new standard for gaming.
I mean, but I listen, that's all up to the consumer, if that's the case, really, if that's true, because it's games that are very much like people have put hours of stuff into that it won't look as they don't look as good as a Rockstar because they don't got the money behind it or whatever. But then I'm playing those games a whole lot more, and
Yeah.
I enjoy them more. And I mean, I can't. I mean, yeah, you can say how much money you put, but that's a choice. Like
Absolutely.
movies, movie ticket prices don't change on based on the movie. It's
Don't
based
give
on the
them ideas,
theater.
Dominic. The Odyssey cost $80 to get into the theater.
It's bull. It's like, dude, you're going to get your money back, and then you're going to have online. And like now you say it might be a separate thing, and that's true. Maybe they do that, but even then, I still think it's bull. It shouldn't even be. The online shouldn't even cost anything because as much as people pay for that stuff inside,
Oh
Grand
yeah,
Theft Auto,
once you're locked in. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, yeah, give the people what they want for free so that you get those people that will spend thousands of dollars in the game. Like that's probably a better business model than you trying to get $20 even out of people.
yeah, for this not to be a standard. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can make argument how big the game is, whatever, but it's like, nah, whatever. I feel like this is probably the last big hurrah anyway. I feel like because I don't know. Well, yeah. Get into other news, like going for this next generation. I don't know what the hell's going to happen next generation. Like this should not be a next generation. Like it should not be
I
a next
mean, yeah,
generation
as
at
of
all.
now, I struggle to imagine what a next generation is going to look like. Um, I'm going to kind of bounce these stories around again, but yeah, because so we got a combination of things regarding hardware this past week. The Steam machine is now officially launching. On the low end, it's going to be $1,049 with no Steam controller included. And on the top end, it's going to be $1,430 basically. And I think that's a 2 terabyte model with a controller and like 2 faceplates or something like that. Now, based on what Steam has implied, is if you look at the recent Steam Deck increases in their prices, that's kind of equivalent to the price that they had or the increase that they had to make here. So we could have been looking at a $700 or so Steam machine, which puts it more in line with the consoles. As of right now, you're looking at a machine that is not as powerful as a PlayStation 5 Pro, being more expensive than a PlayStation 5 Pro. And
Yeah, I think
obviously,
it's only what the
sorry.
processor. I think they said. Like I think somebody said, like technically the processor is faster, but the graphics side of
Yeah.
things isn't.
It effectively sits somewhere slightly above like a launch model PS5, but below, relatively significantly below a PlayStation 5 Pro.
Yeah, to a point where like because I'm like it all depends on the game at that point. What type of game you're
Yeah.
playing? Like that, what game utilizes just more processing than graphics, and like I told you, like it has to be significant for that price. It has to be significantly better than a PS5 Pro.
Yeah.
I mean, it has. And like, I'm sorry that the chip stuff is messed up. I mean, okay, but as a consumer, it doesn't make sense for me to pay that much money, and it's telling me based on your specs, you're not powerful enough than a damn console. And
because this is something that you're selling to me as hooking up to my television, which I don't know about most homes, but I feel like
if you were
are
cheaper,
4K generally, but this is not a console that's going to run games in 4K at a high frame rate, or in some cases even a respectable frame rate.
Now, your argument
I've heard
is
a lot of people say that, like 1440p is kind of the sweet spot for this stuff. The unfortunate thing is most TVs in people's living rooms are not 1440p. And if you have a 1440p monitor, I feel like there's a good chance that you have a more, more capable computer, not necessarily like a high power gaming computer, but a more capable gaming computer. Yeah,
and, I mean the library is like their arguments that there's all these games like that they they have. I mean, because there's only a few exclusives on PlayStation compared to what exclusive type of PC type of games there are.
Yeah,
I mean, but that's all up to what you want to play. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
You're a person who plays that, and then some of those games, I would argue they're probably the ones that's really like exclusive to PC. They're mouse and keyboard games. I mean, I guess you could. So you have to have it set up like a PC. Like it won't be like a living room thing. And so
I mean, you can get one of those like desktop, laptop keyboards or whatever. But
is
that the way those people want to play those style games?
Yeah, it's just it's a weird thing. But it's not. Yeah, I'm like, nah, man. Like it doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't make sense. And then it's Steam OS, so it's just their OS. It's not like
which means you're locked out of some of these.
So it's not like a true PC.
Online games, and you can install Windows on this if you were so motivated. It sounds like, just like with the Steam Deck. But then at what point are you just gonna buy a PC? There's obviously size factor.
What's the size of Windows? Like, I guess you don't want to get the 512 then, right? I mean, good God.
Well, and that's the problem, right? Is we get more into video games, the bigger sizes they are, the more room they're going to take up on these consoles. And that's the most expensive component now is the RAM and the memory and the storage space. So the Steam machine is an unfortunate example of just coming out at the exact wrong time. Now, there are some arguments that could be made that Steam could subsidize this. Valve could subsidize this more than, I don't know if they are at all, because at the end of the day, they're going to sell it as like, the freedom. But the reality is they, in a similar fashion to a Nintendo or an Xbox or a PlayStation, will be making money off of every game sold on this system. Not every game, obviously, but most games, because you would be buying it through Steam. So Steam's going to get their cut of the game. And therefore, you could subsidize the cost of the console just like they used to do back in the day, because you're going to make that money back on the sales of games. So that is kind of where my head is, as far as like, I do give some lenience to Steam and Valve just being victims of the time that they're releasing this. Like, it's unprecedented the way that costs have been raised on these components. And as such, they have had to make decisions to counter that.
Should have came with Half-Life 3 with the launch with this.
Well, that's another thing is, in all the time, and obviously it's a different style of people, right? Like, you're talking about engineers, hardware engineers, versus video game developers and designers. But with the same level of dedication you had to producing this and the controller and the new VR thing, Like, you could have been pumping that money into people making a Half-Life 3. Or in addition to, you could have been pumping that money in, because Lord only knows, you probably still have plenty of money. And have that as a quote unquote exclusive. Like, obviously I can buy it on on a regular PC, on Steam or what have you. But having that alongside a Steam Deck, where it's not going to play on a PlayStation 5, it's not going to play on an Xbox, that would be some motivation. And some people who are listening might find that funny that I'm making that argument. Meanwhile, I'm telling Xbox that it's absolutely absurd and stupid for them to release exclusives. I have always been. What's that?
That's because of the position they're in also.
Exactly. And that's the argument. I have made the consistent argument that it makes no sense for them to do this now. If Xbox launched next year with a new console that was more powerful and a cheaper price and also had exclusives, then that makes sense. That shows me that they're trying to sell that hardware.
Or if they were behind, like right behind, like so close, like the PlayStation 5 and Xbox were so close together in sales that it was like virtually the same. That even though they might be like a little bit behind.
But if that was the case, we would have never had them jumping ship to the PlayStation to begin with.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't. Yeah, it's like people saying like, why you're okay at PlayStation. I'm not okay really with them being exclusive, but the guys who are like millions of behind in sales of consoles and stuff, like way behind in third place with the other two, that it doesn't make sense for them.
No, they don't get to make that judgment call. They've lost the leverage already. Like, there's you're not going to do anything to a 4 or 5-year-old console.
Now, if some reason they didn't raise their price and they went down in price, Xbox, then fine. Like go ahead, because hey,
if you tell me tomorrow that an Xbox Series X could be bought at $250, and here are the games that are going to be exclusive for this holiday season, then we're having a different conversation again, right? Like, that shows me that you want to move that hardware. Now, that might be a short-term thing. That might even, make me go, they're trying to move that hardware because that hardware is almost done. Like, they're not going to be producing more, and they've got a lot of stuff sitting in a warehouse somewhere. But then that's up to me to make that decision. But a $250 Xbox is kind of enticing, right? If you're telling me it's the only place I can play Gears of War or Halo or Fable.
What was the game? What was it? Oh, Clockwork Orange.
Clockwork Revolution. Clockwork Orange, yeah. But then that also has to include PC, because I have that as an option currently. Now, if you, like PlayStation, limit your things exclusively to your console, then that to me is just anti-consumer, because at one point you were doing it. You have architecture that is similar to a PC. The choice to now take that away and put it on a system that has limitations. My biggest problem with PlayStation taking away their exclusives from the PC is now that I have to deal with an inherently inferior version of that game. Now,
yeah, exactly.
I will say, does my PC run whatever game, let's say Ghost of Tsushima, better than a PlayStation 5 Pro? Maybe not. But in 10 years, if I buy new hardware, I could revisit that game in stunning 4K HD, 265 frames per second. And that's never going to be an option for me if it's limited to the PlayStation. I can't overclock my PlayStation. The only way for me to get that experience is, guess what? Emulation, piracy. And some people may differentiate between the two, right? Like, I can I can use an emulator with my purchased game. But if you want to go down the arguments of like what's legal and what's not, the studio is probably going to tell me, or the publisher at the very least, they're the ones with the money. They're going to tell me that that's not how you agreed to use this game, right? Like you agreed in the EULA to say this is a PlayStation 5 thing. You cannot, fake a PlayStation 5.
And the most important thing is the mods, the new mods. We can't
yes, get obviously. So that is the freedom a Steam machine gives you. And that's where I don't like exclusives. I do feel like they are inherently anti-consumer. But from a business standpoint, I do think it's important if an Xbox wants to sell a piece of hardware, there needs to be a reason why. And that means it either has to be cheaper, faster, stronger, or a combination of those, and also have exclusives.
And none of those. They have none of those.
Or none of those, and raise your price anyway. So
yeah, I'm not saying that's what they are. There are none of those, and they're doing
they are.
Yeah. That's what's crazy.
Again, before we kind of do this natural transition to the next story, Dominic, anything else about the Steam machine? A piece of hardware that I think is inherently interesting, released at a very poor time in a very poor economy for them.
I guess the cool way you can customize the front of it.
Yes.
Different faceplates, magnetic faceplates, or the side of them, I guess, because it's just square, right? So I guess you could put them anywhere on that thing. I don't know.
Yeah, it's only the front, but I've seen like D-Brand is releasing a companion cube that is just basically like a full housing.
For that it's only the front. Come on, I mean, it's a goddamn cube. That's ridiculous. I mean, the front one I can understand because the little like because of the button thing and whatever, but to have something for the sides.
They do. They have decal. Well, they don't have decals. I'm sure everybody and their mom will have decals.
All right. Yeah, nothing else really with the Steam Cube.
So speaking of Dominic, Xbox and their poor decision making, as of August 1st, they will be raising the prices of the Xbox consoles yet again.
So the same time as Nintendo?
Yeah, actually. Because the Switch 2's increase kicks in around that time as well, right?
So at least
or is it September?
Well, I forget, but
either way, anyway, around the same time.
Yeah, they told you ahead of time, and not as much time as Nintendo did, but
no.
Hey, they're telling you ahead of time. So go out and get them now. Get the expensive ass consoles now, because they're going to get even more expensive.
The funny thing is, like I can see the argument for a Nintendo. They have promise, but with the Xbox, what do they have? Why? So on the high end, the Xbox Series X 1 terabyte, because they are eliminating the 2 terabyte, probably because it would just be too expensive to even try and sell due to memory and storage costs, is going to be $800 effectively. That is up from $650. So that's a $150 increase. On the low end, Dominic, we have the Xbox Series S at 512 gigs. That is going from $400 to $500. So we are now at the point where the Xbox Series S cost as much as the Xbox Series S when it launched.
Series S cost just as much as the what?
As the X when it launched.
Oh, the X.
Because the X launched at $500.
Yo, the Series S being $500 is crazy, yo.
It is a crazy piece of work.
I should ask my sisters, like, do you still play yours? Because you can sell that and get some money.
Sell it.
You can sell it and make money. Yeah, good God.
We've turned everything into an investment, Dominic. Yeah, this is absolutely insane. And again, we'll get into the argument of, oh, they quote unquote have to raise the prices because their component prices have been increased. And many people, myself included, to some extent will say, well, they are Microsoft. They can subsidize this if they really want to sell this piece of hardware. The argument that I've seen put forth, though, is that this is not Microsoft. This is Xbox. And in order for Xbox as a division of Microsoft to be successful, they had to raise this price so that they can still meet the goals that they need to meet.
And then I'll say they can kiss my ass because it says Microsoft Xbox. So you're all one thing. Now that's your choice that y'all made to be separate as like a separate entity within you. That's a choice y'all made. I don't give a fuck.
And that's what scares me a little bit, is that because of that split, right? Because Xbox is Xbox, I can't help but wonder how long Microsoft puts up with Xbox, essentially, right? If Xbox is going to be a division that is losing Microsoft money, how long does Xbox as a division exist? Now, does Xbox get sold to Nintendo, like I mentioned earlier, or some other weird private equity firm or something like that that's just going to turn it into a brand like Atari was for so long?
Government will buy Xbox. Trump will buy it.
Oh my God. I'm going to start a change.org petition right now, Dominic, that
the best console in the world.
We're going to have the Ellisons owning Xbox.
Change it to the Trump box. Trump box.
Don't give him ideas. He's already posting Destiny 2 memes.
And then up there's going to be make consoles great again on the box.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that just made me shudder a little bit. Or yeah, do they just shutter the doors and close it down? Now, the reason that concerns me, obviously, from a consumer standpoint, obviously the competition aspect of it, that's what we've always kind of focused on with wanting success for Microsoft and the Xbox. But the thing that drives me the most crazy about this is you will have someone like Asha Sharma sit there and go, the prices of these components have gone up 200%. And that, in my first 100 days, and that's just unfathomable. You know why that's happening? Because someone that has come over from the AI department, is ruining all of these markets and these components with your AI nonsense. And that's where I lose any sympathy for Microsoft or Xbox. Not that I ever really had any for Microsoft, but if I'm considering Xbox Microsoft, this is self-inflicted, and I talked about this last time, so I'm not going to harp on it too much.
I'm just glad Major Nelson got out of there when he did.
he got out while the getting was good. Phil Spencer might have even gotten out while the getting is good, to be honest with you. Tarnished his legacy a little bit there, but he's not going to be here for the downfall of the Xbox. And I don't think it is conspiratorial to go, okay, they put the AI person in charge of the Xbox to watch it get sunsetted, because it's embarrassing to think that someone who is thinking in the way so far that Asha Sharma has exhibited is going to make this division any more successful or profitable in the short term or even the long term, because I don't think there is a long term if there is not a short term. And that's why I think there is a reality where in the next couple of years, Xbox does not exist in the way that we expected them to, expected them to, based on, the way things were going during the Xbox 360 era. It is unfathomable that we now have an Xbox console that is $800. Which is what, $100 cheaper than than a PlayStation Pro, which is superior hardware. And with no real games to sell on it, I just don't know what argument, and that's part of my other problem with them is they are not making the argument as to why you need an Xbox. Okay, exclusive. I'm making one game exclusive. How does that affect me whatsoever? So, that's implying the Clockwork Revolution ever releases. And we're in a world where we weren't recording last week, so there wasn't like we didn't talk about the studios that seemingly are somewhat official, even though they're not official. That Microsoft is either trying to sell off or will be likely shuttering, but Ninja Theory is one of them. A studio that just showed off a new Senua game 5 days before the news of this potential closure or sell-off. And then their stories going around.
They heard you on the podcast, even before I posted it. Even though when I posted it was already out, but we
were recording this in Windows, Dominic, so like they have their ways.
Yeah, they heard you would talk about how this game being made. It's like, oh man, that's
they're right. How is this game being made? Yeah, that's right. And now there's talk that potentially they showed that game off as a means to sweeten the deal for someone to buy Ninja Theory from them. Oh, hey, look at this cool thing that they've got in the works. That makes me, from a consumer standpoint, unwilling to trust Microsoft for a very long time. They're going to have to do a lot to rebuild trust in their brand with me if it actually turns out to be true that they announced the game that they knew they were not going to release. And that's why I'm unwilling to say that Clockwork Revolution is going to be a game that releases. It doesn't. Is that a 2027 game? Did they at least give it a year?
Yeah,
they did, right?
2027. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a potential. Yeah, there's potential that could be canceled. Yeah.
But there's potential that Xbox.
No, it could come out and then, but the studios. Listen, the studio will close before the game comes out, but it'll come out. Yeah. But it'll still come out.
Yeah. Okay. Because when we're talking about 2027 games, and the undertone is that we will see a new console next year, I don't feel like, because of the situation with the hardware right now, I don't feel like it is kind of the main focus. There aren't a lot of people saying like, I'm excited for a new console next year. More than anything, it's a lot of people saying, I am worried that they're going to release a new console next year. That's a stupid idea. And I think both Sony and Xbox should look at the Steam machine as a lesson, unless they have agreements in place or promises made that what they're going to be able to do is sell a console at a very specific price. I don't know what benefit outside of not having lost all the work that you've done on it, because obviously the further you push it out, the less powerful it is compared to modern hardware. But we've seen it before. Like, these companies get tax breaks off of losses all the time. Why wouldn't you just say, no, there's no console releasing next year. What we're going to do is we're going to take this money. We're going to focus on making games for the systems that you guys own. And we're going to work on bringing prices down for those systems so that more people can own them. And instead, we're going to force out a piece of hardware that's going to cost more than $1,000 to arbitrarily make these games that maybe look slightly prettier, but aren't fundamentally gameplay-wise any different, exclusive to a next generation of hardware that people can't afford, to potentially then also raise the game cost to $80 because Now Grand Theft Auto has done it. Now we can all do it again. I just don't see, and maybe it's short-term thinking. Maybe, maybe the AI bubble is going to burst, or maybe the AI is going to learn how to make memory for itself, and aren't going to require as much memory. So all the need for that is going to plummet, and then everybody's going to be able to get it for free, basically. And maybe they have analysts in the company that are telling them that. But as of right now, from everything that we're seeing from the outside, it is unfathomable that they would release a console that will potentially cost more than the ones that they have now, that they're constantly raising the prices on. And I say constantly, but it's been mostly Microsoft that has constantly been raising the prices. The PlayStation has raised a couple of times now, though, right? This is the second raise in prices.
Yeah, they did raise before the chip stuff. Well, not here, not in the States, but overseas. They had raised. But this has been the Microsoft has been. I guess technically, maybe they've been the most. Maybe somebody would say there's been another raise, but I can't think of one. But they're the most egregious only because of the position they have, and rightfully so. And rightfully so, it should be. I'm sorry. I mean, I just say this: like, your people are weird. Like, who are fans? Like the console fandom thing. I was a console fan, but I was also underage.
We were children.
In grade school. Yeah. And I was
we were children.
So like, it don't make sense now, especially now. Like, now everything just sucks because it's too fucking expensive. That you should be more demanding. You should be more a consumer now. Like, you demand what you want. All right, that's what you need to be, because you just let these companies just do this shit. Like, they shouldn't even got to this point where they could do this shit. Like, it should have been like, nah. Like, y'all want to spend money on AI? Well, fuck you. I was like, but we're not gonna, we're not getting shit or something. We're not gonna buy your shit or something like that. Like, we should have been better with the dollars before, honestly. But look, man, some people, you know what?
But there's only so much power we as consumers also have when you have our government giving, these corporations subsidies and
I know.
Breaks to build AI data centers.
I mean, but then that comes not consumer report. That comes you being voters. I mean,
absolutely.
I'm actually like demanding of your politician. I mean, not just voting.
Hey guys, as it turns out, politics is everything. Everything is politics.
Everything.
You can't take politics out of your video games. You stupid people.
Yeah, let's say, like, sorry, like, you would listen. You can force yourself to live in a bubble, but don't force other people to make you that bubble. You have to do that yourself. Like, if you want to be a bubble where you don't see positive stuff, that's your onus. That's on you. Don't force other people to try to make it for you to make that bubble. Like this, it's crazy. This is like totally insane. What the hell is going on? Like this is beyond insane. I mean, like, we're just talking about just video games. I mean, get out of that realm, man. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what's going on in the world now. But just sticking with video games, I mean, like, this should be crazy. That just think about these old ass systems costing more, that has been years old. Electronics is so weird. Like, it's beyond weird. Like, this shouldn't be a thing. Like, it honestly should not be a thing. And you shouldn't, you shouldn't let it be. Like, that's what, there should be no new consoles until, they figure this out. And, if they don't, then you don't. Then you know what? Tell people to start, tell it, indie people to start making old games, for these systems then. Not old games, but I mean games just based on what you can make. I mean, you still make good games. I mean, come on. People make games.
I mean, we've seen that though. Even this generation, people are still making PS4 games for a very long time.
Yeah, exactly. People are making pixel-lated games and stuff we played on freaking 360s and something like that, man. If they were allowed to play up there, but it's dude. So I'm saying is like it's not. Hey, it's not totally over. I mean, but I know at some point, like even the costs will get to them because they're the ones that have to use hardware and stuff to make games. But eventually, I mean, something's got something's happening. Like it's just that like it's that that's not yeah. Like the people like the way these companies they've been saying it like they're apologizing for the raising prices and shit like that. Like that's totally fucking weird. But and like this shit's gonna get worse. But I don't know. It's like thank God I have a huge library. First I had a huge library of games I got because like it's not looking good. It's not looking good. Like it almost feel like Grand Theft Auto is like the big swan song. It's like this is it. This is the last huge game that you're gonna probably see.
That's the funny thing because like so many people have hailed this game as like hopefully the thing that brings the gaming industry back. And I think there is a good chance that this game is basically the swan song before we get, you know, another whatchamacallit, another crash for the gaming industry. And it doesn't have to be that way. Like you said, these companies can continue to make games for the hardware that people have. But if they try and force their hand and release another piece of hardware, both of those companies, and try and make games exclusive to that piece of hardware at even more unreasonable prices, because God only knows how much grocery and gas and whatnot will go up in the next year and 6 months, basically. Like, who knows?
But tariffs stopped, right? Did the tariffs stop?
They were deemed illegal and then they were stopped, and then we got different style tariffs put in place because somehow that's legal. You know, but and now we're at the point where it's not even that, right? Like that's a compounding factor, obviously, but it really is just these companies gobbling up the RAM and the memory, and just literally having no companies to make consumer product memory, because why would I make consumer product memory when I can make this memory for AI data centers that they're going to buy every bit of at a much higher cost? You know, so it's absolutely insane. Yeah. And this is this price increase is following what is literally the lowest month of sales of an Xbox console ever, and the lowest.
They raise the
That's
price
how it works.
and they'll get more, and it'll hopefully more people. It will incentivize people to pay to buy it.
And this is also the lowest. It was the lowest month for PlayStation in 25 years.
Damn.
Like, yeah, that should say something to everybody. And it's not just the video game space, but because they are in the video game space, they should obviously
need new consoles, Daniel.
Obviously, yeah. And that's unfortunately, I think, the thinking that a lot of these people have. And I think that's why people think that way about Grand Theft Auto, is like, we need this big spectacle of a game.
They haven't come up with a whole bunch of games for this console, but we need new ones. We just came up with freaking remakes.
I mean, that's the thing. Like when we talk about Clockwork Revolution, is where I was going, and then I got sidetracked mentally. Is that even an Xbox One game or Xbox Series game? Or is that an Xbox Series X2 game or Project Helix or whatever they want to call it? Like, there's no indication to me that they wouldn't.
Is that why it looks a little janky? Is that why it looked a little janky, because it was running on the Xbox
because it's
Series
in development hardware, yeah.
And it's supposed to be running on the new one.
Yeah, so I I mean, again, I just don't trust anything that Microsoft tells me, but I don't know that they've even told me that it's an Xbox Series game and not necessarily a next generation game.
Xbox, the real Xbox scar.
Yeah. And maybe it's a cross-platform thing. Maybe it's cross-generational thing. But yeah, I really don't get where any of these companies' heads are.
What would they call the next system? The Xbox Series SX.
The Xbox 2, Dominic. That's what they call it. I mean, I think in the unimaginative world where I can't,
like Deuce,
Xbox
like
what?
DE,
Deuce, yeah,
Deuce, UX, the big X.
I would think if I'm not coming up with something like entirely new and creative, I would say your best naming convention would be the Xbox 720. It is the follow-up to our last successful console, the Xbox 360. You could make up some
$720 when it comes out.
It costs, that's a deal at that point, Dominic. So yeah,
yeah. That is the deal. Yeah.
And you could make something about like the degree 720 degrees, the revolution of, we've made a U-turn on our direction of games, and now we're headed in this other direction. Although I don't know, 720 is 2 turnarounds, right? So you end up in the exact same place. So maybe that's not the way you go with that. But yeah, I mean, that for me, that's the naming convention that I would maybe lean towards is Xbox 2, but 2 is less than 360. So that was their original, like, oh, we can't go in that direction. So I just Xbox 720.
AI, that's what it's called.
The Xbox AI, yes, exactly. All right, Dominic, let's move on to another story here. This is the one I was going to kind of transition into when you were talking about games being successful and still facing massive layoffs, because Bungie, the former Halo studio, not former Destiny, the current Destiny studio and Marathon studio, is allegedly in preparations to lay off 300, roughly 300. I think it was like 280 or 290 employees. And yeah,
that is like, did somebody say like that? What percentage was that? Like it was like 40 something, like almost 50%, like 40.
I don't remember seeing a percentage, to be honest with you, but that
I saw
would sound about right.
That is huge.
Let me see. Yeah, absolutely. And it sounds like most of those cuts are coming from the Destiny 2 team, because Destiny 2 is done now and they seemingly don't have anything else spun up for them. And even a portion of the Marathon team, it sounds like, is taking a hit here. Obviously,
it says Bungie's remaining workforce 50%, almost 50%.
Yeah. Which that is, in a land where we've talked about Epic laying off thousands of people, it's not as high a number. But yeah, when you look at the per capita, the percentage of how much of that company is just being wiped out,
I guess
that is substantial.
Once Destiny just stopped, it's like, well, we don't need a lot of y'all no more. You don't need anybody who just to watch the servers. So,
but that also says to me, what is your future then? Because
you
don't have like people to make new games.
Like in ID companies, this is my mentality. What I thought happened. I thought like you work on a game, like you got the game going, like Destiny 2 is still going. You're working on the next game, so then you start moving people over slowly, to the next game. While the previous game is slowly about to like get to the end of its cycle, and hopefully really, hopefully, you got the next game coming out while you still sort of Destiny 2 is still going. But
Right.
then as that game come out, then you really like slowly
Or also maybe
come down.
make things that are not going to basically replace them. Make a Destiny and then make a single player game. Make a marathon and then make a
Yeah,
single player
exactly.
game.
Yeah, that too, of course. But it just seems like it has to be a game of service. I feel like that's
That's why
what it
Sony
seems.
bought them. So yeah, it does.
Oh my
I
goodness! Like,
just
then what's the point? And then, like, yeah, the whole Sony buying Bungie thing, like, that's become like, what the hell? Like,
It's revenge, Dominic. I'm telling you. Holst is still mad about Killzone losing to Halo. That's the rumor I'm starting and the rumor I'm running with.
yeah, have been making like you said, what's the game called?
What, a Killzone?
Killzone. Yeah, make a Killzone.
Just
Game.
make them make a Killzone. Like, what are we doing here? Just
well, they're gone, Daniel. 50% of them gone. So I guess
that's
hopefully,
true. There's nobody
I
to
mean,
make the Killzone now.
so I mean, I guess the 50% that's still there. I don't know who were like what people got let go or not, like, or what developers like got let go. I have no idea. I'm sorry if I sound distant because I'm kind of laying back. Man,
we
can't do
are
this mic.
losing. This is why I believe there will be a video game crash, no matter what, because these are people we are losing from the video game industry. These are people that will. There is a portion of these people that will never get a games industry job ever again. They will move on to analytics or, God forbid, AI or financial institutions,
or terrorist groups because they hate the company and they have to join the revolution to stop this.
Yeah, potentially. But seriously, there
look at
are
all the
not enough
companies.
video game jobs left for all of the people that have
No,
been
it's not.
forced out of this industry over the past 3 years.
No, and people can't just start like people's just like, hey, or tell these companies like, hey, just go indie, yeah. People just got money for that. But like, just think of all the game. Like, since we did this podcast, like the studios that I liked or just looked at, like as like top tier studios or stuff like that. I mean, you got like you got Bungie now. You got BioWare. You got this is before
What's
before
the Dishonored people?
Oh yeah,
even though they aren't the Dishonored people, they're the Prey people. But
give it the A. Give it the A. Was it
Arcane?
Arcane.
Arcane Austin specifically, I believe.
You got who else I'm thinking about? Well, Somniac's still going. It got good for them. Well, Naughty Dog. I mean, but we'll see what happens. I mean, they just take a long time.
Naughty Dog just doesn't release games anymore. They produce television shows.
And I mean, there's others. It's just like these guys are either got it or like they're just like not. They're not what they were. They're not what they were. It's awful.
Yep, and it's only going to continue. Because if here's the reality, like, even if I am willing to concede that Bungie is an expensive studio to maintain, right? They're in like the Pacific Northwest or something like that, Northern California, somewhere over there, where cost of living is high, so they got to pay these people a lot.
They're not Seattle. That's just
maybe that's what it is. Seattle, yeah, like Pacific Northwest, somewhere up there. That's an expensive place to have a studio.
Yeah, it is. It is because it says Washington State. Yeah, Washington State. Yeah. Express.
You know, but why did you let your company balloon this large? This is not the faults of the people that are being laid off now. This is the faults of the people in charge. And at the end of the day, that's Sony now. But even before that, it was the leadership of Bungie. And I do believe one of the guys that took over for like the head guy at Bungie that used to be there, I think he is leaving. But there clearly needs to be a reinvention of that company to maintain. And the unfortunate thing is you do see things like this, and it's not. How do you separate the company from the people leading the company, I guess, to say, right? Because like, how do I root for, how do I cheer for Bungie and the developers that I like at Bungie if what Bungie also is a group of idiots who led these people down the wrong path? The developers made Destiny 2 and it was a successful game, but was it successful enough to pay for how much that game costs? I don't know. And it sounds like maybe not. And I don't think at the end of the day that was the people on the ground floor's fault. All the people that are now going to be suffering because of this is obviously up the chain. If you can't keep your budgets with restrained to what your company costs, your operational costs, then you shouldn't be in the business. That goes for any business. If you're just there to lose money. Again, as if we're talking business. If we're talking video games as art, which, we've been discussing that dichotomy since episode 2, basically. There are ways to go about making art at a loss. But that means those companies have to be benevolent and be willing to lose that money. A Microsoft coming in and funding a Double Fine to make their odd, silly games just because they like that they make odd, silly games is a good thing. For them to then somewhere down the line go, well, these odd, silly games don't make us enough money, so we're going to shut you down.
They never did. It never did.
Yeah. So why did you buy them? Because you like the odd, silly games. Well, they're still making the odd, silly games. So what has changed?
Exactly. Like that's the reason why you got them, because you wanted a variety of like your platform / service / platform. With Game Pass things like that's what you got them for. You definitely didn't get them because they sell some big hits, because they know they didn't.
Yep. Yeah. So that is depressing. I mean, it's kind of been writing on the wall forever now. And, we mentioned it, but with the Xbox stuff, potentially either seeing the sell-off of Double Fine and Ninja Theory, and also Compulsion Games, the ones who made South of Midnight, seeing either their sell-off or closure. No, there's still nothing official. Yeah. At least publicly, nothing official, because it sounds like a lot of these reports are coming from developers who may have already been told that they are losing their jobs. And that's why you're seeing like a lot of people showing up on LinkedIn and whatnot like that. But I wonder if there's some kind of NDA or non-disparagement agreement or something that they would have had to sign as to why it's not like coming out in full flood now, So we will see what that means. I think right now it's probably not official because they don't know the direction, right? Microsoft is probably still shopping these places around to see if they can make some money off of them from another company picking them up. And it basically like closing them down would be their final decision. It's like, okay, well, we couldn't get anybody to buy them, but we can't continue to have these guys operate, so we're just going to have to shut you down.
So weird. Like they have this third Microsoft Direct or whatever where they showcase just show this stuff off and talk about their future, and then this happens. It's like, what's the message here?
Message here is you can't trust us worth of shit.
What am I supposed to take from this?
I mean, that's why you don't buy an Xbox console, Dominic, because they are in a losing position and they clearly don't know how to get out of that losing position. They are losers that will continue to lose. It is funny to think, like, again, the reason why we were kind of championing the Activision buyout was very selfish and consumer,
consumer,
focused.
like, yeah,
because I wanted more games on the Surface that I'm paying for. And even a relatively modest increase in the cost of that service, as long as the library significantly increased, I
Xbox
thought
was so behind. I was hoping they'd do something to spark.
Yeah, it would bring them in line with the PlayStation to allow them to be competition.
Yeah, because PlayStation.
But the reality is,
PlayStation was paying studios to not put the games on Xbox. So let's not forget that. So that's why I was saying, like, well, it's gotta be fair at some point. So I was like,
there has to be games on their system. The unfortunate thing is those idiots bought every studio in the world and couldn't figure out how to release a single game from them.
Yeah, that's so freaking weird. Like, you had all that. God damn. All these like that.
So yeah, they can burn for all of this. Yeah, I've got one last news story here, Dominic, and I wasn't necessarily going to have it at the end, but I'm kind of glad that it is at the end. It's a little fitting that, as it turns out, Dominic, releasing video games can make you a profit in the world of video games. And Nintendo is raising the base salaries of their employees by 10%.
Oh, that's great. Are they close to Western money now?
That's a good question, and part of this is probably motivated by the weak yen right now, because your money that you used to make is now not buying you as many things as it was. So a 10% increase maybe gets you closer, or maybe does take you over where you were. But it does say a lot to me that a company that is actually releasing video games, the only one of the three companies that is consistently releasing video games, and yes, also games that probably cost less because they're not in 8K 250 million frames per second with the most photographic realistic graphics, are able to actually have a sustainable business. Maybe Sony and Xbox, and especially Xbox right now, needs to take a look at that and learn some lessons. And maybe the lesson is we're going to fire everyone in America and hire them only in Japan. I don't know. We'll see. But from the outside looking in, and maybe it's a naive perspective, again, the company that is releasing substantial amounts of video games, some of them bigger, some of them smaller, the Star Fox thing, it's not Ocarina of Time remake, it's not a new Zelda game, but it is a game to fill out the calendar. You've got Fire Emblem, you've got Splatoon, you've basically got at least a game every other month coming from one company. And yes, in some cases, that's because no one else supports their console. But they still had to build that business to be able to do that.
Yeah,
and I think it says a lot about them.
With the Japanese companies, well, at least like the Japanese studio ones, I should say, like Capcom and them. Like I haven't heard much as far as layoffs or anything from them. Like, and what about like the actual studios of Square in Japan? Like I haven't really heard thing comparative to the Western studios.
Yeah. No, I was trying to remember if maybe I did hear something about Capcom, and I think I'm confusing them with like Ubisoft, which obviously we've seen just
Yeah.
obliterate their
Oh,
force too.
look, rest in peace, the CEO of Ubisoft. We've got to mention that last podcast. He died in a
I
plane
think it
crash.
happened after the last time. Yeah, the was he a co-founder? Was he still a CEO? But one of the
Oh,
Guman brothers.
well. Either the nephew slash son is it, but I don't know which one
Mm,
is the one who passed away. I don't know if that was the
yeah,
father or that was the uncle. But yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
It's awful.
That's
I mean,
that's
it
sad.
seems so crazy that
Which is funny. I think I heard somebody else died in a plane crash recently too. That was
yeah, there was a musical artist, Oliver Tree,
yeah,
who passed away
yes.
in Rio, I believe it was, in a helicopter accident, and that was just days before this had happened. Um, yeah, apparently, small aircraft are maybe not the most the best way of transportation, based on what I was seeing after that initial one. Stick to the big planes. Stick to the
Yeah,
rivers and the lakes that you're used
stick
to.
to Spirit because they don't ever crash. But
Well, they definitely don't crash now because they're not in the sky anymore. What happened to all their planes, Dominic?
they're just sitting on the runways. I think that Daniel, I can go. I don't go try to jack one. He hot wire a plane.
Like, do we own the planes now? Does the government own the planes?
Yeah, yeah. I wonder what they do.
Okay, it seems like maybe the planes were leased to begin with. It says this
Oh,
is the AI overview, so take it for what it's worth. The majority of its leased Airbus A320 are being repossessed by the leasers and flown to storage facilities in Arizona to prevent deterioration. These planes may be leased to other airlines, sold, or stripped for valuable parts. So, I guess I never considered that. Yeah, it says somebody on Reddit said
can they make
about
RAM out of them?
75% of their. What's
Can they make
that?
RAM out of them? RAM.
Yes, we're gonna make RAM out of them. We're gonna make RAM facilities out of them. I'm gonna be producing RAM inside of Spirit
They're
Airline
gonna turn
planes.
data centers. Oh yeah, they were discussing what to do with the Six Flags because Kevin Durant's
Uh-huh. Yeah.
company or whatever bought it, and I put a suggestion that it should be a data center.
I don't think you were the first or the last one to make that suggestion, Dominic, and it's
You just
disgusting.
tell your daughter, like when she's like when they say what you want to be when you grow up, be a data center.
Just the data center. I want to be a data center maintenance person. All right, Dominic. That's basically it for this relatively long and depressing segment of news. Did you have anything else for the people before we move on to new releases?
No, I don't really got anything.
All right, we're gonna run through these real quick.
Oh, we ain't talking
First
about
up,
soccer, Daniel. We ain't talking about soccer.
do you
You
have
watching the
anything to
soccer?
say about soccer?
No, I think the U.S. lost last game. I heard to Turkey.
Did they?
That's about it.
Let me tell you how I haven't even heard anything. I did see that like Messi got his like not career, like World Cup record goal or something like that. But
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know
Messi.
who's won, who's lost. That's the only name I know. I guess it's popular because McDonald's had a sign that said that they were out of the current toys, which are World Cup Squishimals.
Oh yeah. But Russia is leading. Go tell everybody that too. The information I gave you. That Russia is they're winning.
I'm doing real good. I'm just gonna join casual conversation. How about those Russians guys? They're doing real good, right? They're like, they're not even in it. How dare you? All right. So new releases, Dominic. First up, we got Devil May Cry 5, the Devil Hunter Edition for the Nintendo Switch 2. Apparently following the anime and everything, last year was the highest selling year for Devil May Cry 5, even over the year that game launched. So that's kind of wild.
Oh, so that's why Nintendo was showing it off.
Yeah. Yep, because it's coming out soon. This one has been crazy, Dominic. Sonic Frontiers Definitive Edition is now out on the Nintendo Switch 2. It kind of was shadow dropped, but has been being sold at Walmart's for 3 weeks now. So people have just been posting on Reddit look what I found. Has this been released or announced yet? And it's no, not officially.
Why the hell did they forget about it?
That's a good question, Dominic.
What's going on with
Sega? A Sonic Day or something that they were waiting to save the news for? I haven't heard
layoffs at Sega yet either. News, unless they know how to keep quiet about it, or what I've been saying before, they be committing seppuku over there.
Just put them in a room and I would argue that maybe layoffs need to start with the Sonic Frontiers team, but that's just bringing.
I don't know. I don't know how that sells. That price, maybe it sold well.
I think it sold decently. I think people are surprisingly relatively positive on that awful game.
Yeah, the people love bad Sonic games. And it's a damn shame that I can't get good ones because they love bad ones.
All right, we got Deltarune Chapter 5 now out on PC, Nintendo Switch 1 and 2, PS4 and PS5. That is the game from the developer of now I'm gonna blank on that. But Tail.
What is Deltarune supposed to spell? Is that supposed to spell something? Okay. Is that Undertale if you rearrange the words? Is that what it is?
I think that's what it is, actually. I think you're right now that you say that. I remembered there being something related to that. But yeah, this is the game that is related to Undertale, but not officially Undertale. And surprisingly, I think it's Toby Fox that does those games. It figured out how to release chapters of a game, Dominic, unlike Valve, as we discussed earlier. And then we, of course, have Star Fox. That's out on the Nintendo Switch 2. We both talked about that earlier. That is a fine game, maybe at a less than great price is probably where I would put it.
Oh, wait a minute. How much was it?
I would consider this a much buy. It was $50. I think it's $50 with $60 physical. It's one of those games where they're doing the dual pricing.
Well, see, Grand Theft Auto was pretty cool with that. It's the same price.
Very cool. So yeah, those are our new releases. Dominic, anything else for the people before we get out of here?
Nah, I'm good.
All right. Thank you guys as always for listening. You can check us out on Twitter. Dominic's at DStalworth5. I'm at Regulus MB. The podcast is at Supapod, SUPAPOD. We are also on Blue Sky at superpod.com, at regulusmb.sky.social, and at DinoMan at DominicStalworth.bluesky.social.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good. A sandwich sounds good. We also have a website. You can check us out there. It has all of our previous podcasts as well as links to all the places you can find us, including YouTube, where there's a video version of this podcast, as well as all the audio places like iTunes, YouTube Music, Spotify, Amazon Music, and Audible. And until next time, guys, we'll talk to you later.
I see you.